Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Good morning, chat. How do you do? Are you all ready to get this theory crafting done so we can get that Durin fraud nerfed once and for all? Thoughts?
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the
Why isn't my
moon's out,
camera working?
bathe in moonlight.
Hello? Dude! No!
Huh?
No!
Toodaloo.
Oh no. Chat? Oh.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Oh. Bro, fuck! How? What did I do?
One client, two clients, three
Oh,
clients.
never mind. We're so Barack. Okay. You killed Mpreg. Well, it doesn't seem like God cares all that much about Mpreg, because it seems like my punishment was quite light. We care? Well, too bad for you. Too bad for you, buddy. Sorry, Chuck, give me a second. I gotta check something. Okay. Okay. Let's get some more good Sandrone artifacts. Thoughts?
Fearless. Another star goes out.
By the way, chat, did you know you can start holding Skirk's kill before the Void Rift spawns? And it'll just pick it up at, like, automatically if it spawns during your hold? I feel like there's a lot of people that don't know that.
A little amuse, fulfill our path. Fearless.
Like, yeah.
Into the void.
That's day one info. I mean, sure, but it's not, like, fucking useful. So most people don't care. Like, can't you just be like, wow, thank you, Jeff. That's a cool thing. Can you just be like kinder?
Strike. A dash of get to work. Merciless.
Please?
Star goes out.
Oh. I've already checked my instructor. Sand-drone piece, true. I'm not adding Yaoi, I'm sorry.
Off to the freeze. Fearless.
I'm not a fan of lab-grown emotes, okay? They have to be organic. Mpreg was organic. I mean, sure, but you guys voted to remove it, okay? It wasn't me. Like, don't be out here acting like I'm solely responsible for the tragedy, okay? You built this nightmare with your own hands. You had so much fun sowing. Well, who's having fun now that it's time to reap, huh? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. What were the other options? We voted whether we should add Yuri at the cost of Mpreg. The thing is, I know for a fact that you guys are gonna get like kind of tired of Yuri after like a week and a half. Like, you're not gonna stop using it, but you'll regret it. You'll 100% regret it. I know that. I mean, you're already starting to regret it, and you're just projecting on me, you know? Like, never forgive. Yeah, well, I'm not the one you shouldn't forgive. It's yourself. You're the one who voted for this. The chatter's saying they haven't been here because they were avoiding spoilers and they come back to Mpreg being gone.
Close your eyes. To dust.
Oh. Poor chatter. Send your own artifacts, yep.
Cleanup sequence initiate.
Yuri is a Gooner remote. Is it?
Night falls.
Like, I don't know if I'd classify people kissing as like a particularly Gooner thing, you know?
Close your eyes. Be silent. To dust. Nightfall.
She's just comforting her, true. There are levels to kissing. I mean, it's not like they're devouring each other's faces off. Like,
Insulation chamber deployed.
I feel like if it wasn't two women, you guys would think it's a wholesome emote. Like, that's all I'm saying, alright? I can smell a little bit of internalized homophobia in that perception of Yuri as a Gunnar emote. It just, Hey, you made us choose between Yuri and Emprey, but we're homophobic now. Sorry, you're right, you're right. I'm just projecting. You're right, you got me. Alright. Chat, today is gonna be a big witchcrafting day, by the way. We're gonna record another witchcrafting video, and honestly, if I don't feel too tired, we're gonna try to record more than one. We're gonna be knocking down witches. Like,
Ad Astra Abyss.
you'll feel like you're back in Salem.
Ad Astra.
The way we're gonna knock down all those witches. No, not knocking up witches. That's not what I said. Stop it. Oh. Classic. Do you agree with Game 8 tier list? There's a new Game 8 tier list? Fuck it, let's go take a look. Bet. Where just like character tier list. Gotcha reroll tier list. No. Character tier list. Is this what we're talking about? I feel like the idea of having Mawika and Flynn's in the same tier is just so far removed from reality that I can't take this seriously. But I guess if you only take current Siege Onslaught into account, I can see it. But even then. Yeah, Kazuha and SS, that's funny. Why is Sugros in the sub DPS category, but Kazuha isn't? What kind of teams are you playing here that Sugros is in this category, but Kazuha isn't? On-field Sugros, but this is sub DPS. Josh, should I just give in and make a tier list? I didn't want to make tier lists in the past because the meta was like stable enough that as long as you knew what you were doing, you could get pretty similar performance across the board with most of the good characters. But now I feel like that's not really the case anymore. Fuck it. Oh, wait, what was that all about? That was how big the buffs were, right? Yeah, whatever. Okay. Fuck it. Let's do carry tier list. So let's put all the carries that people actually play as carries, right? It's like we're not gonna do fucking charge attack Barbara. We're not gonna use Bennett either. Channeling, I think we can do. There's enough people that play National. By the way, I might like gloss over some characters because I just forget that they exist. So if I do, should we include Kukumi? Nah. Nah, I don't think so. Should we include Elon? Venti? I mean, I guess we can have post buff Venti, sure. Alright, let's not include Elon then. We can have Cookie as a placeholder for Hyperbloom. Should we though? No. Let's only look at the on-fielders. So for Hyperbloom, we'll just look at like Llama instead. Mona is only a carry at C6, so no, I'm not gonna look at it. Like pose buff Mona, it's only a carry at C6, and not enough people have that in my opinion. Anyways, Hazel, Tuchnari, I guess Dory, Sino. We will have Nilo for the Nilo teams. Even if she's not the on-fielder. Because her presence is what defines the teams. Forgot Alloy. No one plays Alloy. So no. Wanderer, Alhaitham. Should we have Daya? Yeah, sure. Okay. Lenny. We can have Lynette C6, I think. Nebula, Risley, Navia, Gaming, Arlecchino, Clohand, Sethos, Molani, Kinich, Chaska, Mawika, Varesa, Skirk. Should we do Aoife? No. I don't think we should have Hazel either then. Maybe we shouldn't have Lynette either then. Yeah, let's remove Dory too. Fine. Llama we have for the Hyperbloom teams. Inefa for the Taser teams, sure. Flynn's, Nefer, Durbin. Yeah? Yeah. No 4 stars? Is this star? There's a 4-star. There's not a lot of 4-star carries. Right? If you look at the 4 stars that were released after 1.0, right? Support, 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 carry, carry, support, support. The worst character in the game. I guess I forgot about him, actually. Support, 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 support. Most of them are supports, right? Anyways. Okay, chat. Fuck it. So let's add a few rows. Let's have the Mawika tier. Okay. Let's have the Daya tier. Alright. We have our extremes. Now the question is, should we put Skirk with Mawika or one tier below? The thing about Skirk is, just in terms of power like assuming someone who's not like fucking Karen, she is noticeably weaker. But she gets countered by a lot less things. The only things that outright counter Skirk are things that have high resistance to her element. Or things that have like hard mechanics check that require you to bring a specific element that Skirk can't have on her teams. Right? But usually that's not going to be all 3 teams. So Skirk will be able to do one of your chambers. Whereas it's a lot easier to counter Mawika, right? There's high power resistance, but there's also innate auras that aren't favorable. There's enemies DPS windows not lining up well with the Mawika rotations, right? Her rotations are strictly at their fastest 18 seconds with front-loaded damage at the start. So if you're against an enemy that has 18 seconds of allowing you to hit him, you only get 1 rotation. Whereas with Skirk, you can stall, like during the stall phase of the boss, you can hold E, and then when the boss lets you hit him, you can burst and then E, right? Basically, Skirk tends to be able to brute force more different types of enemies. But I don't know if it's enough. Skirk is better than Mawika? No. No, she's not. The question is not if she's better, it's if she's worse enough to justify being a full tier below. I'm not sure, but I feel like part of that is because they're kind of going out of their way to make sure that Skirk is able to brute force, and also they're going out of their way to make sure that Mawika doesn't have good bosses for her. Alright, we have yet to have a boss that actually chills Mawika. Yeah. I think I'll put her a tier below. But she's the one that where there's the strongest argument to put her here, I think. Next. Varessa. I think Varessa pretty comfortably makes it here, yeah. With Durin? Yeah, Durin's release gives Varessa a team competitive with Skirk's teams that doesn't steal Mawika from Mawika's teams. So... yeah. Isn't Skirk just significantly better? No. People tend to overestimate how good Skirk is because the GC Sim stuff makes Skirk seem a lot better than she is. And half of the people who pulled Skirk also got R1, so there's a lot of clears out there of C0R1 Skirk doing dire. There's not as many of C0R1 Varessa because like 3 people got Varessa compared to Skirk. I'd say current patch, Varessa would be at the bottom of this tier. Next patch, I think she's just right below Skirk. The fact there's more min-maxing on Skirk's combo is an upside. I mean, it's only an upside if you're evaluating Skirk based off of non-min-maxed combos. But you can't be like, well, Skirk's min-maxed combos are at like 150k DPS, and also you can min-max Skirk's combos to increase DPS. Like, you already took that into account when you looked at the DPS of the min-max combos. You can't take them into account twice. Where would Durin go? Honestly, Durin makes it into this tier too. But I very, very much expect that playstyle to get nerfed. I'm like 99% certain they're gonna nerf his charge attack. As a carry, yeah. Because I don't think they're intending for him to be that good as an on-fielder. Right, like, he's got similar DPS to Maoika with C4 Mona. Like, that's kind of fucked. I do not expect that to stay. Because he's not even supposed to be an on-fielder, you know? He has no IR, though? Yeah, but, like, if he gets staggered, oh no! You lose a normal and a charge attack, which is, like, 1/8 of your normal and charge attack damage, which is, like, 40% of your total DPS. Oh no! I lost 4% DPS! What am I gonna do? It's really not that big of a deal if you get staggered. So it's the fact that he doesn't have IR isn't as meaningful as you think. You got footage of on-field during the Hydro aura isn't fully consistent. That's because they're doing N1CD. In that footage. But like, even if you use a normal attack combo that's like 30% worse, the team DPS will still be at like 130k. Yeah. Anyways. Duran is very clearly not meant to be an on-fielder. If you look at his cons or even his SIG, it intentionally buffs. None of it intentionally buffs on-field Duran. Yeah, exactly. Would combo would be better? Just N1C without the D, because you can't... It's too stamina heavy to spam N1CD. Right, same reason you don't do that shit on Hu Tao, right? Without C1. But leakers that use private servers have infinite stamina, so yeah. It depends on how Hoyo looks at standard cons. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I think if a character's best team is, like, even if Mona is C0, using Mona, they kind of have to suck. Because otherwise it'll be way too good at C4 Mona. Otherwise, their best team at C0 Mona should not be Mona. It should be something else. And Mona gets better at, like, C2, slightly better, and a decent amount better at C4 or something. But yeah. Anyways. I wonder if I'd put anyone else here at this point. Maybe Nefer makes it? I think Nefer makes it. But, like, I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but I feel like without Inefa, Nefer doesn't make it here. The only Nefer team that doesn't feel fucking awful to play is Nefer, Llama, Inefa, Flex. No, I said what I said. I obviously also without Llama, but because no defensive utility on the Nefer teams feels really, really bad, and the other defensive utilities outside of Inefa suck so much ass. It's called Law C1. It's not even necessarily about the healing. It's about the resistance to interruption. Zhongli, yeah, but the problem with Zhongli is that the damage is fucking way worse. Right? Whereas with Inefa, you have team DPS that's basically the same as Nahida or Sucrose. If Nefer goes, so does Veressa. We're talking about next patch with Durin. I think Veressa is better than Nefer with Durin considered. Her IR is good unless you suck at the game. Well, okay, I suck at the game. What the fuck do you want me to say, man? Like, okay, I'm bad. Do you think I should evaluate things for a hypothetical person that's better than me and completely dismiss all of my own experiences? Like, I'm not entirely sure what you want me to take away from that. You've also got a lot more experience with Versa than the others. Yeah, but I don't think there's any single person in the world that is struggling with Versa's gameplay. Like, let's be so honest. Nick? Okay, true. Good point. Versus Charge Attack is so ass. Yeah, but you don't use it unless you're trying to min-max rotations really heavily. Now, the problem I have with Nefer is that it's like two things, right? One, her E animation is so long and it feels so bad to do. All right, like when I was doing Nefer against Hera, every time I pressed E while it was doing the like laser thing, I would get hit by a laser. Because the lockout frames after the E are so fucking long. And you can't really focus on dodging incoming attacks because you have to focus on using your dash for your cancels way too much. I think more so than any other character in the game. That's why, to me, it felt so much better playing with Inefa than with Nahida or with Sucrose. Yeah, I saw that, Bumpy. But yeah, Inefa also makes you feel better about not using I know, right? Because every other third slot that like you actually play in Nefer teams isn't from Nodcry, so you can get the Ascendant Gleam bonus from them. But because you can't get it from Inefa, I know isn't even the best one. Like C6 I know is slightly better, but like C1 I know is worse than the other Hydros. So you also get to bench that fucking I know unit and not feel bad about it. Which I think is like the best part about using Inefa. Most comfy Hydro is saying so. Hard agreed. Hard agreed. When I was doing my clears with Farina and Singto on that account I borrowed, I was getting like 3 or 4 seconds faster in total on Farina than with Singto. But I felt fearful throughout the Farina clears because I was fucking 3 HP. And with Singto, I wasn't even close to taking damage. Have fun hugging the enemy. I mean, it's not like Nefer has range. She's hugging the enemies by default anyways. She hugs me more. Okay, buddy. Anyways, yeah, like I'll record the post release on Nefer soon, anyways. So like I don't want to yap about her too much, but I think that she's pretty comfortably here if you have Inefa. But if you don't have Inefa, I think her placement here is actually kind of shaky. I think it would be very reasonable to put her 1 tier below. She's better with Kokomi. Kokomi, I tried Kokomi, it feels really bad. Kokomi's skill duration being 12 seconds means that unless you do some weird fucking rotations where you go refresh your jellyfish with Kokomi Burst, which is cringe as hell to do, by the way, it happens very often that you don't generate 6 dues in your rotation. Very often you only generate 5. You can feel the worse uptime. Like, I much prefer Barbara over Kokomi. Because Barbara's kill duration is longer than Kokomi's. So the Verdant Dew generation is better. Yeah, I guess there's a free revive, too. Do you put Jingso an instructor in the Nefer team? Yep. When I was doing my testing, the Singto I was playing, or the account I was playing didn't have Sapwood, so I was using Sack. You're supposed to do Instructor Sapwood. Sack is fine, though. Alright, the one downside to Singto is on the rotation where you don't burst, because you burst every other rotation, and then you skill the other rotation. On the rotation where you don't burst, if you get hit 4 times, you'll lose your rain swords. And with Sack, if that happens, you can just swap back to Singto and E again, right? But I think something that a lot of people don't realize is that usually, if you're not bringing defensive utility, if you get hit by 4 attacks in Siege and Onslaught, you die. With Singto, instead of dying, you'll use your Hydro. But, like, it's not like other characters would have been better. You would have died with another character, right? What do you do during Singto downtime without Sack? Usually when I get to him, he's still on cooldown. First rotation, you skill. Second rotation, you burst. Third rotation, you skill. Fourth rotation, you burst. You never use his skill and his burst at the same time. You only use one of them and then you swap out. That's the idea behind Singto. Thoughts on Nilo? I didn't test it enough. Oh, is the Rain Sword's good enough Hydro app? Yeah. More than good enough, honestly. If you burst, you need to even normal attacks? No, because you still have the orbitals, even just from the burst. Even without the skill. How big is Singto E or Singto Orbital app? AoE. Honestly, people think it's really small, but if you've ever played Singto in teams where you had to get VV Vape setups with Kazuhub and Bennett Infusion, you will know that shit hits from fucking Narnia, man. It's a lot bigger than it seems. Oh my god, the trauma? Yeah. Is it smaller than Boros? I think it's bigger, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, chat, let's keep going. Would there be another carry that makes it into this tier here? Like, who's the closest? Probably Flynn's. Maybe Llama for the Hyper Bloom teams. You could make an argument for Molani. Don't think there's anyone else, right? Neviret, I guess. I don't think so. But I guess this is supposed to be next patch. Is next patch Molani good enough to make it here? She might be, actually. Yeah, there's Olekino, too. Because the thing with next patch Molani is, like, she's getting new teams with Durin, but the Mona buffs are also insane for her, right? So next patch from Molani, you'll have 2 new, like, cores for her. You'll have Sucrose, Maoika, Mona. Although Maoika isn't necessary, right? You use Maoika because she's good there, but you can use someone else too. And you'll have nice sub DPS. This is like Cinder City Maoika. It's not. She's not doing damage. Trust me. And the other new core is gonna be like Durin Albedo Shilonen or some shit like that. You can also do Durin Mona Shilonen. I think Flynn's is as good as Nefer, if not better. He's just not. Like that. The problem with Flynn's is like, I think the reason why people feel like Flynn's is as good as Nefer is because last patch, the boss that chilled Flynn's actively made Flynn's better while making other teams worse. This patch, the bosses that chill Nefer and I suppose also Flynn's, but this Stygian Onslaught, the bosses that chill Nefer and Flynn's don't make either of them actually better. Right? In fact, they're worse than if you were against a target dummy. Because even though you get through the, like, shield phase of Hera quickly, it's still not instant. So that's still a portion of the fight that's spent against a high resistance enemy. It's just that they get punished less than other characters. But just in terms of DPS, Flynn's just doesn't do as much as an Nefer. Yeah, Nefer is a lot harder to play than Flynn's though. Like that's fair, right? Like once you include execution difficulty, I think it's very reasonable to say that Flynn's is as good as Nefer because Flynn's is like the easiest character to play in the game, and Nefer is, I think, among the harder ones. But the difficulty with Nefer isn't a consistency issue. It's just a high floor for how much knowledge and skill is required to approach the character at their basic level, right? There's a lot of things to take into account for Nefer, but once you get the hang of it, she's not difficult. It's not like Molani, right? Because I'm seeing a couple of people compare her to Molani in chat. It is not anywhere close to Molani. Why is Durin behind Varessa? The reason why I have Durin behind Varessa here is because while with Mona at C4, I think he's here. I also don't know how reasonable it is to assume Mona C4. And you also need C6 Bennett, and a lot of people don't want to C6 their Bennett. Not because they don't have it, because they actively want to avoid it. Weak mindsets, true. Do you count for the number of 5 stars when comparing teams? Not right now. It's something that I often do, but not for this. I'm not accounting for the number of 5 stars. I'm not accounting for difficulty of obtaining 4-star constellations. The default assumption is C0 5 stars, C1 selector 5 stars. So like Klee, Hu Tao, C1. C2 standard 5 stars. Like Mona. Those are my basic assumptions for the comparison here. You see Vomfi's new Durin calcs? No. Is it posted anywhere? Oh, there it is. I changed a bunch of stuff just to be safe until we get footage. I mean, yeah, like he's doing intentionally bad assumptions, you know? He's doing intentionally conservative assumptions to have like a baseline of like the minimum you can expect. Like this post is not saying Durin is at 107k. This post is saying Durin is, if you assume the worst case scenario, at 107k. Anyways. Is Durin mainly a DPS? Meh. It's kind of weird. Durin has two modes, right? He has the white mode and the dark mode. White mode Durin is lower damage, but has shred. The shred works for every element except hydro and cryo. Dark mode Durin has more damage and has increased vape and melt damage on top of that. Isn't circle impact and stamina a limitation for Durin? So here's the thing, okay? Is this the right one? No, it's not. This is the right one. Here's the thing, okay? Let me find my Durin carry thing. It was this one was C2 Mona. Actually, let's fucking get this Hutao garbage out of here. That was pathetic. We never look at that again. Okay. So, if you just go AFK in the Bennett circle, the team is still at over 80k DPS. Like, yeah, you're supposed to attack, but if you just go AFK, you can still clear most content. Yeah, like, that's still higher than a Hutao team. Exactly. It's like, yeah, sure, stamina can be a bit annoying, and having to stay in the circle can be a bit annoying, but it is not as big of a deal as you think. Anyway, so as I was saying, there's white mode and dark mode. White mode is shred, dark mode is reaction damage. As a whole, the shred mode is generally better. But if you on-field him, you get to use Maréchaussée, because you get to use Farina. You can pyro-infuse his attacks to get some vapes on attacks that do benefit from his reaction bonus passive, by the way. And he's actually just a good carry with C6 Bennett. What set is he on in shred mode? Very often on Noblesse, even in teams where he's not buffing other characters a lot, just because he doesn't have a good set. When I'm playing him as a carry and Overload be better? Not really. Because the dark mode upside is reaction damage, which doesn't help Overload. And the white mode upside is Shred, which is very redundant in overload teams because Shovelers is already there. I've looked at both, and it calcs a lot lower. You can do Durin support for Verissa, and that's very good. Don't get me wrong. That's like 120 plus K. And yeah, he's still pretty good in Overload as a carry, but not as good as the Vape teams. Because his set options suck ass in Overload, honestly. That's the biggest problem, honestly. His set options are just so fucking bad. Like, my calc was like cheating out like 3% more DPS by scamming with Finale of the Deep and Whimsy set, so we could do something that wasn't completely dogshit for the set bonus. But because Whimsy set uptime with Finale of the Deep isn't that good, it's not even that much better than just a 2-piece. So it's kind of cooked. Anyways. Have you got to Overload with Durin Fischl? I did a while ago, and it was alright. The problem is I don't think it's better than Durin Overload carry with C6 Bennett. Because Durin's damage can be pretty good, but Overload teams with Fischl don't really buff him very much. Right? He doesn't really get that many stat buffs. I don't know if I still have... I still have the early... That was a different thing, though. Yeah, that was a different one. I don't know if I still have the Arlecchino Overload one. I don't think so. I think I'll have to do it again. Anyways. Doesn't Fischl give a pretty good attack buff now? Only to the on-fielders, not to the off-fielders. So it's good for Durin carry, but it doesn't do anything for Durin support. It does do something for Arlecchino, but yeah. Decalc Cloudline. I haven't done any Cloudline calcs, but it'll just be Verissa, but worse. Like, it's not that, it's not that complicated. Right, like, it'll be similar to this team, and the rotations will be... The biggest problem with Klein is that the reason why Klein isn't that bad with Mawika is because Mawika's good on-field damage gives you something to do during Klein downtime because her uptime is fairly short. But Durin doesn't have that ability of giving you something to do during Klein downtime, which means that the upside you get from using him isn't as strong. Right? With Verissa, if you have more time, you can do more things. With Klein, you're not going to be doing physical charge attacks, right? And the biggest upside of Durin with these teams is that he allows you to have more time and do more things. What about TF Klein? She's not going to beat the trigger, at least not reliably. We can calculate later, I don't mind, but I'll tell you right now, it will not be better than the Mawika ones. It'll probably be like 10 to 15k behind the Mawika ones. Is Sainto Hydro enough for double vape with Arlecchino and Durin? Arlecchino and Durin, yeah, 100%. I was looking at Hu Tao Durin yesterday, and it was like, okay. It was a good Hu Tao team, but it wasn't a good team. I guess I could look at Arlecchino, Durin, Sainto today. VV Vape with Sucrose. With Arlecchino. Could be alright. What about Mawika, Chauvr's, Chlorine, Durin? Yeah, you don't have Fighting Spirit for Mawika in that team, but I guess you could do that with Varissa. Maybe I should look at that over Yonsan. I don't think it'll be better, though. Because it'll be difficult to reliably proc Cinder City on Mawika. And if you go Cinder City Varissa, then at that point, Yonsan's probably just better. Or Auroron. Anyways. Part of me wants to sneak Molani in here, honestly. Because the witch buffs are really good for her. But, like... I feel like Molani drops 2 tiers once you go from sheeting her to playing her. So putting her in this tier just feels wrong. I think I'll put her at the top of B. What's that? Oh. Damn, I got baited. Yeah. I think Arlecchino is probably next. I do think I'd put Arlecchino above Lens at this point. Because Arlecchino is like the exact opposite of Molani, right? Arlecchino goes up a tier once you go from cheating her to playing her. Lynn's cheats higher and is easier to play, though. I don't know. Like, the fact that Arlecchino has so many different team archetypes that work with her makes it so that she's so often one of the characters you can do if you don't have the given carry. And I feel like that's just not going to be the case for Flynn's, you know? Don't take into account ease of play, it's too subjective. I think that's a stupid thing to say. Okay, that's not how I wanted to say this. I don't think that's a good idea. Because... yeah, it's subjective. But, like, if you want an objective ranking of how much DPS perfectly executed combos are on each character, you can just do GC sim stuff, right? The whole purpose of doing a tier list like this is to introduce a certain element of subjectivity. Perfect assumptions, perfect combos, like optimal ceiling DPS is only one of the factors. And I think that it's important for a good theory crafter to take other factors into account and to give a different weight to all of those factors. I think subjectivity is necessary. I agree, but then why is Nefer not the same rank as Flynn's? Because her DPS is bigger. Like, just because it's not the only factor doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Like, why is Maoika not in the same tier as Hu Tao when they're both characters with charge attack combos that you need to execute? Well, as it turns out, DPS does matter too, you know? So it's just feels crafting? A good theory crafter needs to feels craft. There's too much lunar reaction chilling right now to say Arlecchino is better than Flynn's. I mean, sure, if I was basing this off of how good the characters are at doing the current Stygian Onslaught. But that's not what we're doing, so who cares? To be fair, Arlecchino is being shilled right now. She is, for sure. And, like, if you're taking how good they are at their shield content into account, Arlecchino is, like, up here. Like, Arlecchino against Operative is one of the best characters in the game. But that's not what we're doing, right? Flynn's can clear all three. Is there a single dire clear of C0, R0 Flynn's with C0, R0 supports that isn't using, like, 5-star weapons and calling it C0, R0? I don't think so, right? But, like, I feel like you can put a toddler on Arlecchino against the Operative and they're gonna clear dire. Yeah, okay. There's that fall damage bullshit against Sigurd with Flynn's that I've seen, but I don't think that counts. Okay, I do not think that counts. Gene S tier. True! I mean, who clears Sigurd C00? No one does. But, like, the reason why no one clears Sigurd C00 is because the shill requirement is having 2 Nograi characters, and Nefer and Flynn's just are not on the same level as the other, as Mawika or Skirk. Maybe, honestly, maybe you've talked me into putting Nefer down by 1. Fine. You're overestimating Arlecchino? I just don't think so. Again, right? Like I said, Arlecchino is the opposite of Molani. Molani is the character that's here when you sheet her, but drops down 2 tiers when you play her, so I'm putting her here. Arlecchino is a character that's here when you sheet her, but goes up 2 tiers when you play her because she has so many things in practice that allow you to actually reach your sheet DPS, which pretty much no other character does. And it makes her feel so much better. Not even Varessa can clear Sigurd. I mean, if Varessa's Overload team had the Ascendant Gleam effect activated, you could clear Sigurd with it. The DPS is high enough for 2 HP bars of Sigurd, but it doesn't have the shield mechanic, right? Anyways. What's up, Arnold? But yeah, the fact that there's so many bosses that have stall phases that just allow Arlecchino to start with 200 Bond of Life on the first real rotation is honestly fucking insane for her. Yeah. That is good stuff. Then according to you, Skirk is the same level as Mawika? I feel like sometimes you guys kind of suck at, like, using your brain and logic. It's like, I'm saying, whether I throw myself off of the fucking Empire State Building or the Rockefeller Center, I'll fucking splat onto the ground and die anyways. So, in terms of fucking jumping off of buildings, they're effectively the same height. And you're like, oh, are you saying Mount Everest and Mount Kilimanjaro are the same height? According to your logic, shut up! Shut up! Fuck! But, like, I don't know if you just weren't there, but if you were, I talked about this when I talked about Skirk. I said that I was considering putting her here because of her ability to capitalize on stall phases. But the difference was big enough that I didn't feel like she deserved to be there. That's why I said to avoid that again. Just because a chatter said something stupid doesn't mean that you were right to also say something stupid. No, actually, Zajef, some chatters are gonna nitpick if you use any amount of subjectivity, and they're gonna say stupid shit. So you should actually not evaluate these characters based on your thoughts on them, and just go to a new tab, type www.gcsim.com, and sort teams by DPS, and just order the characters based off of that. Like, no. No! Oh, it's GCSim. My bad. Anyways, Flynn's probably goes here. GCSim will never add on sound. We can never bat Varessa. True. True, actually. Alright. I think Llama Hyperbloom teams are going to be the bottom of B. B low-key kind of stacks. Yeah, I mean, let's fucking let's I'm gonna give you a tip, okay? To make sure that when you do tier list content, people don't get as angry at you, right? This is what it is right now, basically. Here's what we're gonna do. And just like that, you can't complain. This character's S tier. They're so good. Anyways. I don't think Nevidet makes it up there. I think Nevidet is here now. Maybe you can make the argument that he does have some teams that deserve to be here. But it feels like you could replace him with a Mosquito in the, like, Llama Inefa team and still clear. So I don't know. Does Durin help at all? Honestly, not that much. Durin's numbers are balanced in such a way that you're kind of better off on fielding Mona than Neuvillette if you're going to be on fielding someone else. Because Mona does so much for his damage. And the Mona buffs are so big. Like, if Durin could shred Hydro Res, Durin would be amazing. Like, Y mode Durin would be amazing for Neuvillette. But because his mode meant for reaction damage, or because his mode meant for vape is just personal damage instead, and because his numbers are good, you're kind of better off using buffers. It works with Molani just because Molani absolutely needs Pyro on her team, right? Neuvillette doesn't. And so Durin isn't competing with fucking worthless garbage like fucking Pyro MC. Durin is competing with stuff like Inefa. And he can be competitive, but it's not really an upgrade. This is kind of weird because Neuvillette is the best in Hyperbloom Llama team. Maybe? I don't know. Like, I think that's a reasonable thing to say, right? Like, I think the Neuvillette, Electroflex, Llama, Farina team is definitely up here. But Llama being here does already kind of represent that. And I feel like if I put Neuvillette here, it's going to give people the impression that Neuvillette's other teams are also here, which I don't think they are. Doesn't that apply for Molani too? No, because Molani actually is... Wait, why? How? Huh? What team are you referring to? Are you talking about the like Skirk Molani team? Because that's not why she's here. I thought her being there has nothing to do with her carry teams. No, she's there because of the witch buffs. The witch buffs are making her carry teams a lot better. And Durin isn't here as an off-fielder. This is on-field Durin with Ben at C6. Off-field Durin isn't here. Whereas off-field Durin, like... Probably A. Maybe bottom of S, I don't know. Milani gets a 20k DPS buff next patch. The only reason she isn't a tier higher is that she's still Milani. Exactly. You have completely understood why Milani is here. Who are the two witches that Moloni uses? Either Sucrose Mona or Durin +1. And the +1 can be Albedo, can be Sucrose, I guess. Can be... Actually, with Durin, you don't even need two witches. But it can be Mona as well. Honestly, you can fucking do Venti. Why not? That sounds really funny, actually. Venti Molani stuff sounds really funny to play. She won't hit the enemies he grooves. She can jump though. And if there's 3 or more enemies in the black hole, if she jumps into them, she instantly gets 3 stacks. And Pyro-infused Venti will maintain permanent Pyro on them throughout that. So, like, maybe we're onto something here. You know? 4 Chomp Molani in that team? That sounds cool. The Chomp will miss? It shouldn't. Molani's air tracking is pretty good. For groupable enemies. Usually Chomps start to miss against enemies with big hitboxes, where the targeting system sometimes targets a different part of their body, like Eon Blight Drake. Molani very rarely misses small enemies. Sometimes she targets the wrong one, but in a team like that with Venti, it wouldn't matter. Can you rank every boss hitbox? True! Okay. Next! It's time to fill out the A tier. So we'll talk about Kinich. We'll talk about Klee. We'll talk about Razor. We'll talk about Alhaitha. We'll talk about Linny. We'll talk about Navia. We'll talk about Gaming. We'll talk about Clorand. We'll talk about Chaska. And we'll talk about Inefa Taser teams. I think. Surely the fish missiles won't hit the wrong enemies and miss vapes in Venti's burst. Venti's burst applies too much pyro for you to miss a vape if you hit the wrong enemy. You will vape. Venti's elemental application through absorption plus pyro swirls is like basically the best in the game in AoE. So you're gonna be fine. Nilo teams too. Yeah, that's fair. We should have Nilo teams as well. I forgot about Nilo. Ah, we have one in a row. Bet. So I think depending on how reliable the Durin with Kniech stuff is, there's a possibility that Kniech sneaks into this. But I don't know how optimistic I am about that. Oh, I did say I was going to assume Hu Tao C1, so maybe Hu Tao is there too. Right? We'll talk about her at least. Ayaka, maybe? Sure, we can talk about Ayaka too. EM Raiden. The Hyperbloom stuff is represented by Llama already. Raiden will be evaluated outside of Hyperbloom stuff. Yeah. The thing about Kniech is, like, 5e Kniech, assuming everything goes right with the new witch stuff, I think is, like, either the highest in A or the lowest in S. 6e Kniech with the new stuff, for the, like, 3 people in the world that are able to do that reliably, is probably SS, actually. And 4e Kniech is probably B. So, like, is 6e just hard or just cringe? It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. Because in order to do 6e, you need to start holding your E as soon as your Night Soul fills up. But if you try to buffer a E hold before your Night Soul fills up, it doesn't go through. So you cannot buffer at all. And any sort of combos that have no bufferable inputs, getting the timing down for them is so much more difficult. And you do not have a lot of you don't have a very big margin of error for 6e Kniech. Because, like, you have to not start holding your E 1 frame too late. Not start holding your E3, or, sorry. You have to not start holding your E1 frame too early. You have to not start holding your E, like, more than 3 frames too late. And you have to make sure that you're not holding your E for more than, like, 3 frames longer than necessary. But you're also holding your E long enough for it to register as a hold. Right? There's, like, 4 conditions for a hold E to be good enough to, if you do, say, 5 of them, allow you to get a 6E. It's very, very difficult. 。 And then on top of that, you have to do, like, almost frame perfect hold E's that don't miss. And there's a lot of enemies where the camera's like, haha, fuck you. I will default to behind you for fun. So I don't think assuming 6E can each is ever a reasonable assumption. 5E is not that difficult, but it happens very often that with slow enough execution, some of your buffs run out for the 5th E. You need burst for 5E reliably? I don't think so. I think getting 5Es reliably without burst isn't too difficult. Landing 5Es can be, though. When I play Kanich, I just straight up outright miss my skill about like 10% of the time. Right? So basically, every other rotation is a 4E. Is a 4E rotation. When I'm trying to do 5E. Because I just fucking missed. The hardest part of 5/6 Ikenichi is getting the camera to cooperate? Yeah. It's... yeah. Do you think they'll rework his mechanics? No, I think they're good mechanics. Right? Just... the ability for things to go wrong adds a dynamic element to gameplay, which I think is very good. And it's one of the things that Natlan characters as a whole did really, really well. And it's why I ended up going for pretty much all the Natlan characters. Because they're just fucking sick. Their kits are cool. Right, they fucking dropped the ball with Nogcry kit design compared to Natlan. Like, as much as I fucking hate the experience of playing Molani, she has one of the coolest kits in the game. Yeah, even their supports are cool as fuck. Like, what do you mean? I get more attack, but only if I move a lot. That's so cool. What the fuck? Like, that's so fucking sick, man. You said you regretted Kanich. I don't think he's that fun to play, and I expected him to be that fun to play. But as much as I don't think he's that fun to play, I still think his kit is cool. Yeah, Nalan did a lot of things wrong, but it also did a lot of things right. Right? Maoiko ruined the meta, but in terms of kit design, the fact that we're still learning about new combos, fucking, how long has it been since she came out? Like almost a fucking year? Is insane. Are you gonna get Yehuda C6? If she's not on Duran's banner, I'm not getting Yehuda, period. When did Black Duran all of a sudden become good? It was already decent before the changes, but I was too blinded by Mona's like on-field stuff to realize how good on-field Duran is. And then on top of that, with the changes, he got buffed a decent amount. Yeah, I was also blinded by Razor, true. Do you think Chaska has an interesting kit? I do. I do think the way that she incorporates team building in a different way is cool. But I also think that Chaska is probably the biggest miss in the Natlan cast because the bullet order should be decided by team order. It should not be random. That's the only issue with Chaska, in my opinion, in terms of her kit design. Either by team order or just by a basic priority. But like, I really wish you could consistently get the same bullet order and build around that. That would make her a lot more interesting, I think. Cheska was designed to be a creative kid, but they simplified her for casual gameplay, so she lost team building depth as a result. That's a good way to look at it, yeah. Kid design, are you including just holding one button being boring? No. Like, here I'm talking about the intricacies of team building and how you have to think about the character to build a good team for them. I'm not talking about gameplay. Chaska's gameplay is pretty boring. That's very reasonable. Do you expect Marika to be out of top 3 before Snezhnaya? I don't know. I think Billy Showcase Malwika might still be the best character in the game 5 years from now. Because, like, there's some people that can get 7 melts on her. Right? And if we get cryo options that are actually good as the last slot in Malwika teams to replace Shilonen or Yansan, or even to replace Bennett, those 7 melt combos might actually become doable outside of just infinite aura enemies. But in terms of, like, realistic gameplay, I don't think she'll be the best carry in the game anymore by then. But I think she could still be top 3. Actually, what I'm expecting is that her archetype will be top 3, but there's going to be like 4 different carries that you can use with Tsaritsa support to make the best like freeze team or whatever, right? And all 4 of those with Tsaritsa will be better than Malwika. But when you're building 3 teams, Malwika will still be a part of your best 3-team lineup, right? That's kind of what I'm expecting. And, like, obviously I'm just using Tsaritsa and Freeze as placeholders for ideas. But, like, I don't expect them to just not release carries that are as strong or better as Malwika. But I expect there to be a lot of overlap in terms of... I mean, fuck, just, like, kind of what I'm expecting out of Flynn's and Nefer, right? If Columbina is good, like, very good with them, you won't be able to play both of them. You'll have to choose, right? Like, if Columbina is plus 20k to both of their teams, then sure, Lama and Flynn's go here. Or, sorry, not Lama and Flynn's. Nefer and Flynn's go here. But, like, you can't play both at this level. You only get one, right? And so calling Malwika the 3rd best carry wouldn't be entirely accurate. Or I guess if it was plus 20k, Malwika would still be the best carry. But if it was like plus 50k or whatever, right? I think it would still be reasonable to say that Malwika would be the 2nd best carry, because you can't play both of the other ones at the same time, right? Like, the number one carry wouldn't be Nefer and Flins, it would be Nefer or Flins. So no matter which one you choose, number 2 would still be Mawika. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Don't you think Hoyo messed up her numbers and also the expression to mess it up even more? I don't think Mawika numbers were unintended. I do think that anything more than 4 melt combos was. I think they were intending 4 melt Mawika and 5 vape Mawika to be what Mawika is. And any combo optimization past that, I don't think was intended. But the 4 melt combos and the 5 vape combos are very straightforward. They use mechanics that are used in combo optimization for every other character. It's the stuff past that that starts getting dank. Right, like, using lockout frames to fucking overlap pre-buffered inputs with dashes so that you can effectively start pre-buffering your thing before you're supposed to be able to. I don't think that shit is intended. That shit is just an accident that resulted out of the way they coded her. I also don't think they're gonna change it. I hope they don't change. Like, that's the sort of stuff that I don't think should ever be fixed. Unless it's too easy to do. Right? And I don't think it's too easy to do. In fighting games community, stuff like that is called emergent gameplay, when characters are used coded in ways but unintentional design. I don't think it's the same sort of vibe as fighting games, though. Because fighting games very much embrace that. Right? Like, they don't go out of their way to create those opportunities, but they're very well aware that those opportunities will exist while they're designing the characters and coding them, right? It's just that it's not their main focus. And then it's the players that end up figuring it out, right? I actually don't think this was, like, something they had considered at all. Anything past just dash cancels, I don't think was considered throughout Mawika's design by the developers. Right, like, in fighting games, that emergent gameplay is just a byproduct of developers understanding that very often character depth and combat depth comes from that emergent gameplay. And being like, alright, well, we'll let the players figure it out. Right? Whereas here, I think if the devs were aware of it beforehand, they would have fixed it before release. And that's not necessarily something they do in fighting games. Unless it's, like, way too broken, right? But even then, sometimes even if it is way too broken, it still survives. It still survives testing. Because the beta testers suck. True. You think the devs were unaware of what could go wrong? What would go wrong? Hard to believe players figured out more than the devs. It's not that like players are smarter than devs. It's that there's like people involved in like coding Mawika is like a double-digit amount of people. People involved in playing Mawika is millions. So like, yeah. Yeah. How are they supposed to balance Mawika around both four melts and 6 melts without making another can each? Yeah, that's also fair, honestly. What is the current Nefer best team with Yehuda? I don't think Nefer's best team uses Yehuda. Yehuda is the fraud. In order for Yehuda to give the crit value from her C6, she needs to fill up her flask. In order to fill up her flask, there needs to be a constant, in Nefer team, Hydro Aura on enemies. And in order for there to be a constant Hydro Auras on enemies in a Nefer team, you need Llama's skill to have expired. Llama's skill expires 15 seconds after you cast it. So if you go from Yehuda to Llama, the very, very fastest possible time you'll be able to start absorbing is 15 seconds later. In practice, you still need to apply Hydro to remove that Dendro, so it's probably going to take another 2 seconds, so that's like 17 seconds. And then Yehuda's hold is like at least another 3 seconds. Congrats! Putting Yehuda on your team has significantly extended your rotation length. The problem with the Nefer team wasn't the cooldown. It was the Dendro, the strength of the Dendro aura. In Nefer teams with Yehuda, you do not hold your E. Even at C6. So you don't use the C6, because in order to use the C6, you need to hold E. So you just play her as a healer equivalent to Sucrose. That gives 100 EM instead of 200 something. And that's it. She's not bad, but she's also not good. She's very whatever. She'll be a lot better for Flynn's because Electro, unlike Dendro, is an element that can be absorbed by Yehuda. So you don't have to wait out your Inefa fucking application like you have to wait out your Llama application. We can do Chaos on Yehuda later. Anyways, I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Ah. Anyways, who's next? Who is next? I guess Clarind. I think the biggest issue with Clarind is that she doesn't really gain that much from Durin. Is Clarind Llama better than Overload? No. But is it better than Overload without Malika? It's probably similar, honestly. Malika's doing a lot of heavy lifting in the Clarind teams. Is her not being able to fully utilize some of the strongest buffers like Eonsan Bennett contributes to her status? I mean, yes and no. Like, the thing is, like, that does matter to some extent. But if you just look at the amount of motion value she has, alright, it's 46.1. 46.1 times 3 times 7. The other one is 71.3 times 3 times 6. And then 60 times 3 times 13. Right? Even if it fully scaled with attack, the amount of motion value she has is at around 4,500. And when you look at Varessa in like the Durin teams, for example, this is the shortened rotations, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. Varessa's at like 7,500 instead of 4,500. You can add the Clarind Burst, and that's not insignificant, right? It's 215.7 times 5 and 60 times 5. But you're still pretty noticeably behind Varessa in terms of motion value. When it comes to self buffs, her 20% crit is like slightly better than Varessa's 35% attack. But Varessa has access to better set bonuses, so it kind of balances out. Which means even if all the motion value that is capped at, what is it, 2,000 attack? I think 3,000 attack? Yeah. Even if all the motion value that's capped at 3,000 attack wasn't capped, she's still pretty noticeably behind. Now, an upside that she has is that she does it in a shorter amount of time. But you can't capitalize on that upside because her cooldown is still kinda long. So, the only good way to capitalize on the uptime, it's not to do short rotations, it's to add other things to do during your rotation. In other words, the way that Client's Kit is designed basically forces her to rely on a little bit of wheelchairing, right? If you look at the amount of field time she can have, the amount of uptime she can have, and how her cooldowns dictate her rotation length, you are forced to find things to do during her downtime. That's why Durin isn't that good for her. Because Durin isn't things to do during your downtime, unlike Mawika. I don't think this is a bad design, by the way, right? Because, like, I think it's cool that there are some carries that incentivize double carry playstyles. But then there's also the problem that her damage is actually low enough that if you're playing a double carry, you're kind of better off swapping off of her early to spend more time on Mawika. And that starts to be a bit of a problem. Anyways. What's up, Saluna? How dare you? How dare I what? Highest day on the bottom. Oh, I see. I think that true love manifests in a way where you accept flaws rather than pretending they don't exist. I went to eat and only one character got added since I left. My bad. Let's go a little quicker now. Okay, so Alhaitham doesn't really get better with the witch buffs, right? Cause like actually maybe he does. Maybe Quicken Alhaitham is dead and burning Alhaitham is gonna be meta. Like fully No, I think I'm coping a little. Yeah. The biggest problem with Alhaitham, I can calculate, was the team. Oh, I haven't gotten to that point yet, buddy. Although I am kind of curious how Alhaitham, Durin, Fischl +1 would perform if you pretend like you're not gonna die, Yeah, Albedo. Albedo's good for the last one. If you pretend like you're not gonna die to your own burning damage. Because I feel like it won't be that bad. With a quicken Chivalrous, it's over. It wouldn't. It couldn't be exactly the same as Chivalrous. It would have to be a character that actively favors the reaction itself. Because if you just favor the elements, you're just making Varissa better. Varissa would be a better quicken carry than Alhaitham if you just get a character that gives a bunch of damage percent, shred, and attack in quicken teams. It would have to be something that actually favors the reaction itself. Like make it an EM buffer or something. Anyways. Okay, who's the strongest character out of these? Is it Nilo? It might be Nilo. I think it is, yeah. Klee. Maybe Klee's up there too. All right, chat. Let's go do some Klee calcs, some proper updated Klee calcs with the different changes. So, I think there is no way you do Bennett anymore, right? Like it's definitely Durin now. Klee, Durin, Chevreuse. Probably Fischl. What combo do you assume? I still haven't seen any footage of like Klee stuff with the changes. In these calcs, I was assuming 9 charge attacks, 3 and 3s. In these, yeah. I got footage I can send, please. I would appreciate that. And these, I was assuming 4 charge attacks, 4 and 3s. Okay, let me take a look. N1 EQ, then N1 C, N2 C, N3 jump, N1 C, N2 C, N3 jump. That's it. That's all they do? What the fuck? So they do N1 EQ, then N1C, N2C, N3 jump, N1C, N2C, N3 jump. Wow. That's... How long does that take? For the field... Oh my god, that's a lot of field time for that. So they swap in at 5 seconds. and they swap out at 15. So that's 10 seconds of field time, and you only get 2 N3s. That's less than I thought. I also think people are gonna get baited by 2 E Klee. And they're not gonna realize that her E has a 20-second cooldown. And so the actual amount of E's you can get per the rotation is actually less than 1. It's not 2. Because you're doing 18-second rotations. And your E is a 20-second cooldown. You can do 1 per rotation. Because you start with 2 charges. But you are definitely not doing 2. Okay. TF Klee. True! But yeah, so the combo that they're doing is they do N1E, then Q, right? And after that, they do normal attack, charge attack, normal attack, charge attack, normal attack, jump. Right? But like it's like N1 C, N2 C, N3 J. But it's like they don't do an N2 string, they do the second attack because the C doesn't cancel the string anymore. Right? And because you get the coordinated attack here, this is basically the equivalent of an N3C3. Right? That's basically what this combo is. You do N1, then charge attack, then N2, then charge attack, then N3, and then you get the follow-up charge attack. So 3 normals, 3 charges. N3C3. That's how we'll note this, I think. Because I think it's easier to understand. How stamina negative is this combo? It's not. Klee's new passive allows her to stack up to 3 exploding sparks at the same time. And you are generating more sparks than you use. So other than like maybe the first charge attack because you got really unlucky, her charge attacks basically never cost stamina. Guards. Right, but this is basically her combo and it's 10 seconds of field time. How long does her burst last? It lasts for 10 seconds. Okay. Is there an upside to staying on her past this? Yeah, because like you have a bit of way of time to spare in your rotation, but like what the fuck is she gonna do when the burst isn't active anymore? What does she lose? She still has this. She just loses the coordinated one, right? So what could we add? Maybe. We're looking at that right now. So we start the N1 string at 8. We start the next one at 11. So it's about 3 seconds. So we can probably get a third one. Because they had a lot of wiggle room in cooldowns. So I think you do N3C3J, N3C3J, N3C2. Right? Probably. That's probably 19 seconds, not 18, but honestly good enough. Yeah. So we end up with 8 charge attacks, 3 full N3 strings, and 1 N1. Right? So 8 charge attacks, 3 full N3 strings, 1 N1. Okay. Honestly, maybe we don't look at Whimsy. Because it is very cringe. Isn't Whimsy the Bond of Life set? Yeah, her best set is Whimsy with Flowing Purity. But if you have a better weapon than Flowing Purity, you can't use Whimsy anymore. So I don't really love assuming it. But like, what the fuck else are you gonna use, man? Like, two-piece, two-piece? Ew, that's so disgusting. That's so disgusting. Lava Walker. That's not really better than two-piece, two-piece, though. Like, it's a tiny bit better, but not much. Shimenawas. Do you generate enough energy for Shimenawas? Right, because her skill is 4, right? And you can definitely battery either Durin or Chevreuse into her. Official particles is gonna be what is it? 60% times 12, so 7 particles total. Maybe 5 caught, 2 non-caught. Clear particles, if you're batterying Chevreuse, it's 5. 0. 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 2, 1.2. Energy, cost, refund, ER. And we get we're assumed that we'll assume that they all crit for now, that you have enough investment to get all the crits here. We're going to do 8 charge attacks, so that's 16 energy. If we get Shimenawa's, that consumes, what, 15? How much does Shimenawa consume? Is it 15? "16 team-wide energy is crazy good." No, that's true. Thank goodness this Durin character, who is so energy hungry, and this Fischl character, who is so energy hungry, and this Chevreuse character, who, you guessed it, is so energy hungry, are getting their ER requirements lowered. I don't know what you'd do without those. Yeah. It is a lot of energy, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it is 15. So, it's 124 ER requirements with Shimenawa's. Is this even full uptime? This might not actually be full uptime, actually. That's definitely worth it. The problem is, it only applies to about half of her damage. Because about half of her damage is charge attack, and the other half is from the rest. Right? So this is the equivalent of like 25% damage. A 2-piece is 15, and it doesn't make your ER requirements 125. So I don't know if it'll actually be worth it. It's gonna be one of her options, but it won't be that good. How bad would Echoes be? Right, we're getting 10 normal attacks. So it's just 350 motion value. Yeah, that's pretty dog shit. That's really bad. Is Vermilion complete cope? Yeah. You need to lose HP for Vermilion. How are you doing that? Just get hit. True. Wanderer's Troop. It's only half of her damage. Same reason why Shimenawa's isn't that good. Yeah, like... If you're gonna be using a set that relies on you getting hit, you're much better off using, using Maréchaussée. Because if you get hit once, you get 2 stacks of Maréchaussée. Because you get 1 stack from getting hit and 1 stack from the healing. Yeah, maybe it's DPC. Because that does apply to her normals, too. So let's put the E damage in here. And put the normal attack damage in here. Right? Shimenawa's works on normals too. Oh, you're right. It does. That's true. Okay, maybe it is Shimenawa's, because that's like 2/3 of her damage. Fuck, dude, that's so bad, though. Shimenawa, 125 ER. Let's lose, like, 2 rolls for that. Alright. Klee base attack, 311. What weapon do we go now that we don't have to go Flowing Purity anymore? Widsith? Let's just do Widsith. Widsith is straightforward. Attack percent. Chevreuse. Power Resonance. We go... Noblesse Durin. That's a bit annoying. No, it's not that bad, actually. I think we can do Scroll Chevreuse here. TOM official. Plus Noblesse, TOM, substats, Shimenawa's. I did say we would lose some attack because of the substats. Because of the ER requirements. Widsith. Official buff. Is that it for attack? It is, I believe. And then damage percent. This is going to be charge attack, normal attack, EQ. Damage percent for charge attack. We have Goblet. We have Shimenawa's. We have Chevreuse. We have Scroll. Do we have anything else? We have her passive, 50%. We have Widsith. I think that's it. On normal attacks, we don't have her passive, but we have everything else. And on E and Q, we also don't have the Shimenawa's, but we have everything else. Crit value? Wait a second. I forgot the 28.8 pyro damage. That's so tragic, by the way. Crit Ascension would be so much better here. Because she's getting so saturated on damage percent. Anyways, 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 55.1. EM, 40 plus 80. EM multiplier. Effective attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. You know what? Okay. Overload proc, 3979 times EM multiplier. Number of overloads, like 1. No, it's actually just 0. Damage is effective attack times motion value times defense multiplier times shred or resistance multiplier, which is 1.325. This one doesn't have the defense multiplier. Total damage, time. Maybe 18 is a bit too optimistic with that added N3. Let's do 19. Nah, I think we can do 18 with good gameplay. Fuck it. So personal DPS is at this. Okay. Let's take a look at how Echoes compares. So we gain 10% attack back from substats. We lose 50% here. And we gain 350% motion value here. It is worse. Okay. Do you include C1? Not yet. I want to look at C0 first. Durin. 330. No, 347. What weapon does he go in this team? I guess it's just Wolf Fang. Widsith, Wolf, Fang, Fav, 6.2 bow. Actually, no, it's stringless. Okay, attack percent. What do we have? We have Chevreuse, Power Resonance, Noblesse, TOM. Well, substats. Yeah. We don't have the two-piece Shimenawas. We don't have Widsith. We don't have Fischl. Okay. Damage percent. We have Noblesse, Goblet, Chevreuse. Are we not running attack sense on Durin and Klee? Did I forget attack sense? I did. My bad. My bad. Sorry. So we had Noblesse, Goblet, Chevreuse, Scroll, Wolf Fang. We don't need to separate the skill damage. It does 1 damage anyways. It's 4 burning procs in 1 second? Yeah, it is. Crit value. We got 98.4. 27.6 times 2. 16. Durin doesn't get any overloads either. Effective attack. Motion value. Hmm. $179.5 plus 1 plus 1% of total attack divided by 1,000 or 100. Minimum of that and 25%. Times 161.8, 131.2, 144.4, and then 18 times, no, 17 times 176.9. Okay. Number of overloads is also 0. Damage. Yo. During personal DPS at 24k. Which is a bit higher. A decent amount higher than the old one. Which makes sense, because they got buffed. Okay. Chevreur's damage. Honestly, I'll copy this shit. Because, yeah. And then we'll just change a couple things. Attack percent. We do have this. We do have this. We have TOM. Yeah, that makes sense. Damage percent. 12%. 20%. That's it. Yeah. Amount of overloads should be 2 here. Okay. And finally, Fischl should be on 8 overloads. 244. 510. We will copy this here. We have Chevreur's, Power Resonance, TOM, Substats, Noblesse Full Uptime, Sans, her own passive, her own Ascension. Damage percent is going to be really fucking low. Is this it? No, there's Stringless, right. Thank God for Stringless. It's Goblet, Chevreur's, Stringless, Scroll. It's not that bad. We don't have crit weapon. Crit multiplier is this. Yup. EM. Something like this. Is EM Fischl worse? It'll be pretty similar. Motion value is 178 times 12 plus 4. 431 divided by 2 plus 638 divided by 2. You include Fischl's self buff? I think so. Yep, I did. You had the EM from Fischl on Klee. You need to trigger Electrocharge to get the EM. I think you're sleeping on Yoimiya. I'm not. Anyways. Then we need Ascension 4 procs, which is going to be like 2, probably. 1 on her, 1 on Chevreur's. And then we need we need her C6 procs, which should be 11. 1 on her and 1. 10 on Klee. Let's just do 10. You might run out for the last one. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Number of overloads should be about 8 on her. And that gives us a damage of about 20k. This with EM Sans is slightly better. Okay. It's a bit unreliable for this, so I'm not sure how much I'd actually recommend going EM Sense. But it seems like, at least for the purposes of this, it cheats a bit higher. What about EM Goblet? That's worse. Okay. Which gives us a total of 100k. That's not bad. That's Razor level. And that's C0 Klee. Now switch Durin for Bennett? No. I know it's going to be worse. I mean, I can, if you really want to see it. Alright, we just remove Durin. I'm gonna be lazy about this though. Remove Durin, remove the shred. 1.15. Add Bennett buff. Add C6 buff. This is fake though, because we do not have full uptime on Klee here. Yeah. That's noticeably worse. We'd have Bennett damage at like 3k, but it's definitely a lot worse. Does a Bennett C6 not work for Catalyst? It says it doesn't, but it does. Golden Troop. Yeah, I guess I can take a look at Golden Troop Official. That one I could see being better, maybe. I don't think so, but it's possible, because we're really saturated on attack percent. So we lose 20% attack across the board. And Official gets 70 damage percent. No, it's worse. Okay. Let's look at Klee C1. So, Klee C1. Averages at 30%, right? Yeah, because it averages... No, it doesn't say here. It averages about a 25% chance to proc. No. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Never mind. Wait. No. Yeah, it's a 25% chance to proc on average. And it procs for 120. So it's 30% of Sparks and Splash. On average on each attack. Right? So we just count the attacks. And it'll be... Sparks and Splash damage. Times 30%. Times the amount of attacks we have. So 8 here. 10 here. 18. Another 1836 plus the 11 hits from skill, which is 47. I think I forgot a percentage somewhere. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. And we also get 60 attack. That's not bad, chat. That is not bad at all. That is not bad at all. Chat, is Klee good now? Yeah, I guess Witsith won't be full uptime through your rotation. So it's not actually 1/6 uptime, it's like 1/8 uptime. But like, I don't give a fuck. It's not Klee. Every Durin team is 100k. I mean, you're not wrong. Kinda. It won't change that much, Death Gold. Maybe like a 1k DPS difference at best, so it basically won't change anything. I'll be right back, chat. My chat. Ah. Yeah, I guess we can have Yoimiya as a point of comparison. To contextualize how good the Klee buffs are. 323. How much attack is Slingshot again? What was that? Okay. Bow. Slingshot. 354. Okay. So, how much of this attack was exclusive to Klee? That was team-wide, team-wide, team-wide. Team-wide. Substats, we don't have ER requirements. Shimenawa's. That was Widsith, that's gone. Yep. Okay. Damage per se. Goblet, Chevreuse, Shimenawa's. Scroll. Klee's passive. Widsith. Klee Ascension stat. And we get the Slingshot bonus, which is 60. And then on non-normal attack damage, we don't have the 60, and we don't have the Shimenawa's. Were we using Wolfang for Durin, or is free-to-play options that cooked? I mean, they're not that cooked. In these teams, it's fine. But there's a bunch of teams where you can't, like, you don't get healing, like, when you're not using Chauffeurs. So you can't use Finale, so you have to use fucking Moonweaver's Dawn, which is 20% damage. It's, yeah. Like, it's fine, but... Anyways. This is 98.4. And this is, what is it? 31.2 times 2. We also get the average of about 15% damage from Yoimiya's Ascension passive. Isn't Lion's Roar right there? It's okay in these teams, that's true. There's so many teams where Lion's Roar passive isn't reliable that I don't like defaulting to it. But it will work here, yeah. Alright. So then our motion value. 3 N5s. Do we add additional N1s because of RR cancels? I don't think so. Just do 3 N5s. Maybe 3 N5s plus N1. Fuck it. So 161.7 times 59.9 times 2 times 4 plus 3 times 115. Okay, 1 gives her power damage. Yeah, I added that. 149.5. 78.1 times 2. 178. The burst, 216. Do we burst every other rotation here? I think we do. There's a lot of particle generation. There's a lot of energy generation. It shouldn't be a problem. How many procs of this do we get? Like 4? 207 times 4. Every other rotation, so divided by 2. We also get 20% team-wide attack every other rotation for almost full uptime. So 10% average. 10%. 10%. 10%. We get no overloads. Yeah. So this is Yoimiya here. Jello got 90k. I mean, realistically, this team probably has more DPS if you stay on Durin for long enough to fully stack Chevreuse' C6. And cut Yoimiya's field time short in order to do that. You can probably get this to around 90k if you min-max stuff by stealing Yoimiya field time. Is Slingshot better than Rust here? It might not be. Because I guess you don't have flat attack buffs. So we can look at Rust 2, which is 510. 41.3. It's probably a bit better, actually, yeah. 80. But no crit. Yeah, it's better. 86k. Echoes is better than Shimenawa's in these comps and bursting each rotation. I don't know. You might have to build a bit of ER to burst every rotation. But you're probably right. But then there's the ping dependent stuff on Echoes. Well, we can take a look. Shimenawa, Q divided by 2. And Echoes, Q divided by 1. So instead of 50 damage percent, we get burst every rotation. We get 35% times. I don't think the double hits get two Echoes procs, right? Maybe on 0 ping, but I kind of doubt it. So it's probably just 1 Echoes proc per attack input. We're doing 16 attack inputs. It should, no? Echoes has a cooldown. Right? It's 0.05. And that cooldown is increased by ping. Right? No, sorry. It's 0.2 seconds increased by ping. Yeah, I don't think the double hits. She'll work with N4. This says how Yoimiya's and when hits trigger echoes depends on range. That's really funny. That's really funny. Yeah. Let's just assume that the N1 doesn't. Maybe, okay, wait. Let me take a look at the N4 animation. Because see if I can believe that the N4 will proc it reliably. I mean, that's just fucking 100 motion value if it does, right? So it's not even that big of a deal. Zajef is drunk. True. So true. Pretty sure you put the 35% twice on the calcs? I don't think so. No, it's only there once. Bro is yapping. I don't know, man. I don't trust it. What the fuck? Oh my god. I aggroed a summon churl. Like, it probably does work on really low ping, but... yeah, we're just gonna assume it doesn't. You have an echo. So the thing is that testing for echoes requires repeating it a lot of times. Because it's a chance-based set, so you can't just look at the numbers once. You have to do it enough times to account for RNG. I'm not doing that. Anyways. This is echoes. Burst every... I didn't add the plus 10% attack from burst every rotation instead of other rotation. Yeah, it's slightly better. Slightly better. 1%. I think you rolled the 35% echoes procs twice. Oh shit, you are right. I'm an idiot. Paul gets more than 1%. Huge! Is it proof that Albedo doesn't proc on Wildhound Grey Shields when they're stunned? Someone told me. Oh, that makes sense. Because Raiden skill doesn't proc on them either. Because it's not coded as damage. That's funny. Does that mean it won't proc on white shields as well? Probably, right? Oh, that's kind of cringe. Oh, yeah. So we're getting 90k on Yoimiya? Right? C0 Klee is at 100. C1 Klee at 116. First on C6 doesn't proc either. That's really funny. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, Vampi, have you looked at Klee stuff at all? Because I'm kind of surprised by how good this is. No? Damn. I think Martin and Harmy got around 90k. I'm getting a lot more than 90k here. Oh, were they using the rotation you sent me? Because there's 3 seconds of staring at the enemy in that rotation. Yes? Okay, so it makes sense that it was at 90k. Because it's going to be more than that. Because staring at the enemy for 3 seconds isn't actually ideal. I can't believe it. I know, it's crazy. What's a 116k team? This is Khaleesi1, Durin, Showers Official. Should I put this song on repeat? For the witchcrafting? I'm kind of down. Burn a witch. Can you please look at some Cleef Arena teams? I don't know. I don't want to. What would you do? Cleef Arena Mona? Because you need a second witch. Official? With Bennett? Then the question is... Or with Durin? No, you can't do Durin. You need a healer. Yeah. That's kind of cooked because no shred. Clee Bennett, Farina, Duran. Yeah, that doesn't have shred. Duran's gonna be worthless in that team. He's not gonna be doing shit. He's not reacting or shredding. That's like cosmetic Duran if I've ever fucking seen one. My god. Duran doesn't shred pyro if he triggers vape. He has to trigger a different power reaction. Or someone has to trigger a different power reaction. Maybe you could use Albedo. But no, because if you do Albedo during Farina, you don't have a healer. Right? Hydro Yahoda, again, triggering vape does not proc Durin's shred. And Farina doesn't have off-field animo damage, right? She has off-field infused damage, which will never proc a reaction. Clee, Farina, Shilona, and Mona. Again, you're... Wait, no. That one, I don't know. Because, like... You have off-field Farina vaping, but it's not even going to be reliable. It sounds not that good. Clee, Bennett, Mona, Yahoda. You're not getting shred in that team, though, because you're not swirling pyro reliably. That doesn't sound good. Klee, Inefa, Durin, Yahoda. You could do that. But you don't have Hydro, so why is Inefa there? Eh. Venti? So a Klee, Venti, what? Farina, Bennett? With Venti, you wouldn't be able to hit lifted enemies. Does Klee charge attack hit lifted enemies? Why not Sucrose? Because the EM buff on Sucrose doesn't apply to Klee's damage, and the shred on Sucrose won't apply to Farina's damage. And, well, sometimes it will. It's gonna be unreliable. I don't know, man. Why do you not like Klee, Durin, Farina, Shilonen? Because Durin isn't doing shit there. in order for Durin to shred Pyro, you need to be triggering relatively consistently and often Pyro reactions that aren't Vapor Melt. And you trigger 1 Crystallize per rotation in that team, so you have no uptime on the shred. But you also can't play Dark Mode Durin because your Hydro isn't enough to vape him. So Durin is basically just cosmetic in that team. Then use Bennett. Then you only have 1 Witch. Yeah. That's the problem. We need, if we want to play her with Furina, we need to fulfill a bunch of requirements, right? We need a Witch, we need a healer. And if we're playing Durin, we need application of an element that isn't Hydro or Pyro. I genuinely think Furina's Sijuin Sucrose is the play, but what the fuck is Sijuin doing there, man? Stealing Furina's vapes? Oh boy. I can love this Sijuin unit. The skill damage buff on Sijuin isn't actually good. But like, let's try to think, right? Because if we do Klee, Furina, right? If we want to do Durin, we need a character that's a healer and off-field app of an element that allows Durin to work. Kuki? I guess? But Kuki steals. Baiju. Maybe. Jean doesn't have off-field app. Does Kuki steal? When Kuki triggers Overload, she will wipe your Pyro Aura. What's that? Oh, the Hytham team, yeah. Yeah, aware. Escoffier. No, because the triggering Melt doesn't proc Durin's passive. If it did, Escoffier would pop the fuck off here, though. Right? Baiju works. Baiju should work, yeah. Xianyun? No. Well, actually. Wait, honestly? You might be cooking. No, because... Because the whole fucking reason Klee is good now is because they buffed her normal attack strings. So you don't want to plunge, right? But I guess her combos do include, like, 2 jump cancels over the rotation. And that would be enough to refresh your Durin shred. Right? Like, those plunges would be enough to refresh the Durin shred. So maybe that works. Then use Dory. No, because Dory will prevent Farina from getting some of her reactions. Sayu. Sayu extends your... I guess she doesn't extend your rotations because of Farina. Sayu's healing sucks ass, though. Is there a problem with Shilonen? Without off-field application, Durin does not shred pyro resistance. It lasts 6 seconds? Yeah. Right, like, it would have to be an Animo, Dendro, or Geo character that has consistent off-field app, and that heals enough for good fanfare on Farina. Gene, what part of off-field app do you not understand? Yahoda's app is not Animo. It's gonna be Pyro or Hydro, which doesn't help. It's just Baiju then? Yeah. I guess we can take a look at Baiju. But I'm not too optimistic about this. So Durin is probably just not the play. So we get to go Marichal say. We're still with Sith. Durin. Wolfang Noblesse still, yeah. Farina. I guess you go TOM. Or, sorry, I guess you go Golden Troop. Probably. Can you go Festering? You do get a good amount of energy from Klee charge attacks. Right? You'll get like 15-ish energy from Klee charge attacks. Then her own particles is like 1, 7, 0, 8 plus 4, 0, 3. So, ER requirements on Festering would be reachable. Okay. It's a Festering angle. ER Baiju cooked. You'll be fine, because Klee generates a lot of energy. Baiju set. Hmm. Do you want to go instructor? Maybe? Scroll. Scroll doesn't buff Farina, but maybe it's still good. Tenacity has no uptime. Let's try scroll. TTDS. 20-second rotation. Okay. So, we do not have TOM anymore. We lose TOM. We don't have Chevreuse anymore. We lose Chevreuse. We still have Power Resonance. Still have this. Substats. We don't have to build the Orcas or Shimenawas anymore. 18% attack from Shimenawas is gone. Witsith is still there. Fischl is gone. Sands is there. What new stuff do we get? We get TTDS. Talk by Jui. Chat, it's not going to be that bad. Klee generates like almost 20 energy from her target attacks. Calm down. Any other? No. Okay. Damage percent. We have Goblet. We do not have Shimenawas anymore. We do not have Chevreuse anymore. We still have Scroll. We still have her Spark passive with Sith Ascension. Yeah. Now we also have Maréchaussée. And we have Farina. With Baiju, Farina should be pretty high uptime. On normal attacks, we don't have the Spark passive, but we have everything else. On ENQ, we don't have Maréchaussée or the Spark passive, but we have everything else. Crit value, we get Maréchaussée. EM, yep. Motion value should be basically the same. Shred is only 35 shred, so 1.125. So Klee's personal DPS went down to 41k from 52k, which isn't that big of a loss, I guess. Although, I suppose I need burning damage too. So, burning. I'd say you probably have about 50% burning uptime. And during burning uptime, it's gonna be like 50% Baiju, 50% Klee. No Burgeons. You're probably not getting any Burgeons, no. Maybe like 1 or 2. Um, 362. 362 times multiplier. And number of burning is going to be 20 seconds times 4 procs per second times 50% uptime times 50% ownership. So it's just 20 burning procs-ish. Okay. Durin is next. Attack percent. Chevreuse is gone. Power Resonance is there. Noblesse is there. TOM is gone. Yeah. Noblesse is this uptime. Yeah. That should be it. Damage percent. We have Noblesse. Goblet. Chevreuse is gone. Scroll. Wolfang. Farina. 4 times 50% times 50% is crazy? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Hmm. This will be maybe 20% ownership. Nah, honestly, he you know what? Let's say 25%. No. 20% Durin, 40% Klee, 40% Baiju, probably. Ish. Why Baiju here over Jean? Jean doesn't apply the off-field element you need to maintain Durin Shred. Okay. Finally, we have Farina. And this is gonna be what tells us if this team is complete dog shit or not. So, characters. Farina. 15307. HP percent. Flat HP. Total HP. Damage percent. We don't have the Noblesse that Durin has. We have Goblet. We have Scroll. We don't have the Wolf Fang. We have Farina's own buff. We have Golden Troop. We have the passive on Farina. We have Festering. Crit Value. Crit Ascension. Knock. And 24 CV from Festering. Are we on HP Goblet? Yes, we are. Thank you very much. EM. Ooh, that is not a lot of EM. That's kind of pathetic, huh? Key Farina, true. Anyways, effective HP. Reacted and unreacted. And then motion value reacted. So in a 20-second rotation, we'll look at 1364. 1.4 times 5.49 times 13. 10.13 times 6. 14.09 times 4. Times 1.5 because it gets reacted. And we'll split them accordingly. We also have 13.4 and 19.4. Okay, so the stuff that doesn't get reacted, half of these. Probably a little bit more than half of these. And then maybe one of each of these because of bad timing. That leaves us with 6 here. 5 here, 3 here. Oh yeah, it's times 2, you're right. My bad. Ugh. And then the shred is not there. We've got 30k damage here from Farina. So this is going to be worse than the Overload teams, but it won't be bad. It's like acceptable. Check EM sense. If I do that, I have to fucking fix Farina's passive. Right, so it's the damage percent. It's not 28. It's plus amount of HP divided by 1,000 times 0.7%. Oops. And it's minimum 28. This. There we go. This is HP goblet. HP sends. If you change one of those to EM, plus 187 minus 46.6. It's worse. GG. Because we lose the damage percent from not being capped on her passive anymore. So, it's not as good. What if we look at TOM plus 20% minus 70% plus 20% plus 20%? It's about as good. Meh. Why doesn't Farina vape all her hits? She has ICD. On the Cheval Marin. But also, sometimes the hits happen like back to back, almost on the same frame. So you'll end up losing one or two of them. Although I guess those will lead to Burgeons. So I could add a couple Burgeons to make up for that, but meh. I can't be bothered. Anyways, we can also take a look at teams that don't use Durin with Farina. Right? So, are there any witch healers? Not really, right? So if you want to use Farina on a Klee team, the healer you need a healer that's not the witch slot, right? I guess we can look at Bennett Sucrose. 8 and 1C. Durin is 304 stamina. I don't 1C, not in 1CD. Bumpy. You can in 1CD when it happens, but like the end lag to the charge attack is really small. You don't need to dash cancel it. It does make the next one come out faster, but it's not necessary. Yeah. So let's take a look at a couple more without Durin. So let's look at Bennett Sucrose. Alright, we lost the Baiju Scrolls. We still Noblesse VV. We lost Baiju Scrolls. So 12 damage percent. Goodbye. We have slightly worse uptime. Or slightly worse fanfare generation here. Maybe like 200 average instead of 250. What else? Um, is that it for what we lose from not having Baiju? Kinda, yeah. The shred as well. But your shred won't be that different for this because I don't know. Are you going to be able to get reliable Pyro Shred if you do like Klee and 1E into Sucrose into back to Klee through Farina? For now, we'll assume that you have the VV in your setup, and we'll also look at what happens if you fuck it up. Right? Because Farina app is cringe as hell. If you get it, you have like 13 seconds of field time. So it'll be like 1.1 average-ish. You don't get any other reactions. Yeah. And then Farina gets 50 and 20% of Sucrose EM, which is going to be 187 times 3 plus 140. We also... Yeah, we still have the TDS. There we go. And we have about a little bit more than 50% uptime on the Sucrose shred here, so 1.05 I think should be fine. And then we have the Bennett buff, which is... Fuck. And it's very similar to the Durin one. But if you fuck up the setup, it'll be worse. Yeah, that makes sense. Meh. Oh yeah, there's also the Sucrose Witch buffs. And potentially the Sucrose C6 buff. But it won't... I don't think it'll be better than this one anyways. So... I mean, it'll just be similar. It's another one of the options you have. Cool. What other Klee teams could we look at other than Farina? Melt. There's no crowd characters that are good off-field damage dealers. So, it's not worth it. Klee, Durin, Bennett, Kazuha? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Shilone and Albedo. It'll be fine, but meh. No. I think we're fine for now. Let's go back to this. Right? That's the whole reason why we started talking about Klee, because I wasn't sure exactly where to put her. If we're evaluating Klee at C1, I think she's here. Actually. Maybe here. Yeah, I think so. I think that's pretty reasonable. I see one Klee is just a pretty solid character now. The fact that she's on the Constellations Elector is actually a really big deal for her, because her C1 is actually good now. Is C2 Klee changing something insane for her? Did they buff the C2 as well? Probably not, right? Yeah, that's still the same. I mean, it's alright. C2 has always been alright. I think C1 is doing more than C2, though, right now. Right? Because, like... This is C1. C2 will be... The 200 is going to be reduced by 23%. Right? So, minus 46. So... Instead of 390, it'll be 344. Yeah, C2 does a little bit less for the team than C1 does, but it's almost as much. Isn't it more? The gap between these two is 16k, 16%. The gap between these two is 14k, like 12%. There's some teams where it's going to be doing more. Teams that focus less on her personal damage. The problem is I don't know how difficult these combos are going to be to execute, right? So I kind of don't want to put her up here. Maybe here. I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. Oh well. You know, there's something I'm kind of curious about.
This is how it must be.
What the?
All
Now
right,
let's do this.
after you.
I am kind of curious about how many plunges we can vape off of just Mona app on Gumming. Okay, whatever. He kind of moved away. Maybe we need a better testing dummy.
Hear the echoes of the valley. Bring it.
Yeah, let's go to Simon. Brunslock angle? No, I'm gonna die against Brunslock.
Alley-oop.
Alley-oop. I think I've heard Burn the Witch enough. You think so?
Decided by destiny.
Mighty mythical beast.
I fucked it up.
The feeling's mutual.
I fucked it up so bad I lost my Montai because I'd lost too much HP. My god. That was bad. No juggles. I tried to juggle, but I got bad fucking Montai direction RNG, so I couldn't. Against Simon, because of his fucking stupid-ass big fucking hitbox, if Manchai gets spawned behind him, you just fucking lose your juggle. It's very annoying.
Written in the stars. Shadows of
Many happy returns.
Seems hard to get more than 3. Three vapes and a dream. True. What if we do, like...
decided by destiny. Delved into
Mighty mythical beast.
We could do something like this and get 5. That's about 15 seconds. The rest of our stuff is like Albedo Bennett. You can do an 18-second rotation. Maybe. It would have to be Sucrose. Sucrose Shred is going to be a pain in the ass to get. There's probably some rotations with 2 Sucrose swaps that get it. But it probably won't be enough. When Albedo steals some aura, I guess he would, yeah. But I don't know if it's going to be a problem. Let's take a look.
Let's investigate. Burst.
written in the stars.
Oh, this is a problem. I was missing like 1 energy. GG.
Live.
Decided by destiny.
Hop to it, Manzai.
Yeah, that's cooked, actually. Albedo won't work. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad.
That water costs an arm and a leg around here. Good thing I brought my own.
Damn. That's kind of tragic, then. Sucrose ult? No, that's going too far, I think. Is there ever a world where
I have
Proto
high
Ember
hopes for this journey.
healing bonus circlet Mona is good enough to make Farina work here?
Let's investigate this further.
Probably not, right? Yeah, no, this shit won't be good. Gumming does have self-healing, that's true. Maybe it's fine, actually.
Burst.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
Written in the stars. Shadows of...
Many happy returns.
I couldn't fucking see anything on my screen, so I fucked up my juggle.
Strike a pose!
Okay, we can't be testing it against Simon. Simon has too much visual clutter. Damage? This is a fucking two-piece ER Sans Gumming with Favonius. It's not even a two-piece with Favonius. We're not testing damage right now, obviously. So...
Coming to be.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song!
Fate is upon you. Let me scribe.
Hop to it, Manzai.
Can't see Manchai, man. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, why did he aim sideways like that? I fucking hate this game. I hate the Aeon Blight Drake, man. Fucking fix your goddamn code. Why is it that the only fucking boss that doesn't suck ass to test against because of, like, stalling or invisible phases or resistances has the worst coded hitboxes in the game? Please just give us a target dummy. I am, like, begging right now. Fuck. Where the fuck is Mona? We can test here, because we know that Farina Hydro app is fine. And I just want to look at how many plunges I can get.
Burst forth.
Strike a pose! Let the world come alive!
Decided by destiny. Shadows of...
Mighty mythical beast.
What? It just fucking avoided me. Like, it was here, I was here. I plunged thinking it was gonna do this, and it did... Okay. Nah, wrong character, okay. We start at 57.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine!
Written in the stars. Let me scrub.
Many happy returns.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Delved into destiny.
Before we can swap. About 7 if we do good rotations, probably. Gonna be some RNG involved, but it's fine. Okay. So, we have Gumming, Farina, Albedo, Mona. Right? And this will be Is it Crimson Witch gumming here? Yeah, because it's the witch set. True. True. Good point. Farina on TOM? Albedo on Husk. Mona on Noblesse. Proto Amber. Spindle. Fav. Spine. Okay. Base attack. .302. 510. Attack percent. TOM. Noblesse. Attack Ascension. Attack from C2. Substats. We probably go attack sands here. It might be attack EM crit for the main stats, honestly. Maybe it's a Vermilion angle. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry about that. Damage percent on the plunge will be maybe 200 fanfare average. For now, Goblet, Serpent Spine, Albedo, Mona. That's it. That's it. On the non-plunges, no, that's not it. There's Crimson Witch. 30% average. On the non-plunges, it's 15% average Crimson Witch. What was the 12 from? I forgot. Albedo, that's there. Spine, that's there. Fanfare is going to be lower at the start. 100 maybe. Yeah. Crit value. 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 27.6 times 2. EM. Substats. Mona. C2. That's it. EM multiplier. %15 from Crimson Witch. 15% from Mona. And I guess the burst has 3 stacks of Mona's new passive. No Albedo burst. I don't think it's worth it. Because you'd have to either put it after Mona's stuff to have a good uptime on it, which reduces Mona uptime, so it's not that good. Or have no uptime on it at all. It's not worth it in this team, I think. Effective attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. Then effective attack on the burst is this damage percent and this EM multiplier. This is C2 Mona for now. Motion value. We're doing 7 plunges. So 460.9. 0.8, sorry. 460.8 times 7 times vape. 1.5. Is Fischl now just better over Mona? I don't think so. Over Albedo? I think it steals too many reactions. Because her app is a lot faster. And even if it doesn't steal reactions, she's not good uptime either. Maybe it is better. I'll look at it too. Anyways, and then the burst is 740.8 times 1.5. And I guess we have the crit from this that I forgot about, huh? So 4 effective attack here. The crit multiplier will be different. Crit multiplier will be crit value plus 80%. It is 80, right? Yeah. Squared divided by 8 plus 1. Yeah. Okay. Damage. Time. Yeah. Personal DPS at 45k. And you have Farina and Albedo. Probably gets to like 85k total. Let's see how the reactions are with Fischl instead of Albedo.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
What am I doing? Sumeru. Fischl heals on burst. True! So
Let my name echo in song, decided by destiny. Hut, let me scribe. Shadow Raven.
Up to it, Manzai. Sorry, pal.
honestly, that seems fine. Didn't look like we lost any reactions. Probably get one less plunge, though. So instead of Spindle Husk Albedo, we look at Stringless? T.O. No. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck are we doing here? What artifacts at Serenade? We don't have a single Nullcry character. He gives us 0 EM. I guess it's Golden Troop. Scroll won't trigger a pyro reaction. So it's bad. Yeah, I guess it's Golden Troop for Rena. TOM Fischl. We lose the 12% from Albedo. Scroll for Reyna. You're also not getting the only character triggering power reactions in this team is Gumming. Having a pyro aura on the enemy means you missed a vape, which is very bad. If you did Fischl into Mona, you could do Instructor Mona, but that's less uptime on Fischl. TOM Farina Golden True Fischl is probably better. Doesn't Gumming have a high ER requirements here? Longer rotations means more particle gen from Gumming himself and more refund from his C4. And it also... This is also characters that all generate energy off field, so Gumming is catching most of the particles. ER requirements won't be very, very problematic. Anyways, 45% attack, 180 EM. That's it. Yeah. Personal damage shoots up to 58k. Yeah, that's not bad. Does the Gumming burst end if he swaps out? It does, yeah. Do you remove a bit of if I did? Yeah. I also didn't include the overloads. Right? Oh, but I guess it's not gonna be 7 plunges anymore. It's gonna be 6. So it's still, yeah. Hello, it's my first time on stream. Welcome. I hope you have a good time. Okay, so we add the overload damage. No, I forgot the 40% EM multiplier from Crimson Witch. That's important. Okay, so we're at 55k. Official, 244. 510. Do we go Chainbreaker instead? Sure. Attack. So what source of attack do we have? TOM, Noblesse, Ascension, Substats. Gumming's passive is, or Gumming C2 isn't there. Sands, official passive, Chainbreaker substat, Chainbreaker passive, damage percent, Farina, yeah, Goblet, Serpent Spine is not there, Mona, pretty much full uptime. Crimson Witch is not there. That's it. Crit value. Yup. EM. Yeah. It's also 48 from Chainbreaker, I think. Golden Troop, you're right. I did say I was going Golden Troop. Plus 70%. Yeah, multiplier, transformative. We do not have this. But we do have the 15% electrocharge reaction damage from Mona. Which is very funny. Effective attack. which is going to be total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. And then the electrocharge proc is going to be plus 90 from Fischl Witch bonus. It's 180 because we're looking at C6 Fischl, and it's already in. 2894. Oh yeah, it is 24% for off-fielders. You're right. I forgot. Okay. And actually, Fischl is going to have pretty good electrocharge ownership in this team. Because every time you trigger overload, Fischl reapplies. Which means her application is faster than Farina's. And since she's getting a bunch of EM, that's kind of nice. Motion value, 178 times 12. 431 divided by 2. 638 divided by 2. Ascension 480% times 8. Literally 0 C6 procs. Yep. Amount of electrocharge procs. I mean, it's 12 seconds of uptime. Electrocharge should be at like about 70% uptime. So about 8 seconds-ish. 2 procs per second. Let's say 15 total electrocharge, 10 on Fischl, 5 on Farina. Six on Farina? Sure. Yeah, we can stop the repeating of this song. I think I got my fill. Alright. So Fischl DPS at around 18k. Farina, 15307. 46.6 times 2. Substats TOM. 5k flat HP. Damage percent. Farina's own fanfare average is a bit lower for her own damage. We don't have Goblet. We don't have Serpent Spine. We don't have Crimson Witch. Mona is going to be about 2/3 uptime. I forgot Hydro Resonance. There we go. 28% from her passive. That's it, I think. Yeah, for now, that's it. Crit value, 98.4. EM. We don't have this. We have the rest. Effective HP. Oops. Then electrocharge proc. And then motion value. 1.4 times 13 times 5 point. 49. 6 times 10.13. 4 times 14.09. Plus 13.4 plus 19.4. Yeah. And then Mona damage, we'll just say it's at like 80k or some shit. Maybe that's a bit high. 40k. That's about 90k. It's fine. It's not great. There are better gumming teams. Yeah. C4 Mona. Yeah, I guess with C4 Mona, it's like 100k probably. But yeah, that's still not that good. Honestly, I think with the Durin teams being added, Lenny makes it in here. Chaska makes it in here. Ayaka makes it in here, regardless of Durin, just because of Escaffier. And I think Razor makes it in here. And that's it. Navia. Navia's teams are worse than Razor's. Were your calcs with Shilon and DPS good with Durin too? Let's calm down there, buddy. It was acceptable. It's not good. Is Inefa worse? Inefa, like, in taser teams that are focused on Inefa's damage, right? So either, like, on-field Inefa with Bennett, or just, like, taser with Aoife or Sugros or whatever. I would not put as in A. Like, obviously, there are Inefa teams that are higher than that. Inefa is a great character for, like, Flynn's, for Nefer, for Nevilette. Acceptable option for Varessa. But Inefa in this carry tier list is representing the taser teams that are mainly focused around Inefa's damage. I think Razor for, like, the benchmark of you have to be better than Razor to be here is fairly reasonable. Some of Gumming's teams are better than Razor, but they are not pleasant to play, and I do want to take ease of use into account, at least to some extent. Is Klein better than Razor, actually? Memes aside, Klein's ability to get carried by Mawika is something that Razor doesn't have. He said memes aside. This is not a joke. The fact that Klein outputs a lot of her damage in a relatively short amount of time means that with Mawika, you have time to use Mawika's burst and to spin a little on her without eating into Klein uptime. With Razor, you don't. The thing with Razor is you absolutely need to have his C6, Bennett's C6, and you really want Chevrolet's C6 as well. Otherwise, he just doesn't fucking work, right? So I honestly don't expect them to nerf it, right? Because, like, the people that have all those pieces generally also have better carries. So I can definitely see that making it to live. Did you Gallic and F on field with Bennett above 100k during beta? I did, but then they nerfed her. V1 Ninefa did 80% on her passive, not 65. 65 is pretty significantly lower than 80, as it turns out. Hmm. Yeah, like Siwana Hu Tao is probably here. Gaming is probably here. Al Hytham on Fraud Watch here, but I think he just barely makes it. Does my C6 Hu Tao make it to at least A? Probably. Doesn't make it to the top of A, but I think she breaks into the A tier, sure. Probably slightly better than Razor. Hu Tao's constellations are really bad, so yeah. Yoimiya Overload with Durin does more than Hu Tao's teams, no? I don't think Yoimiya Overload with Durin is better than Hu Tao Overload with Durin. This Yoimiya character is complete dog shit. Like, yeah, if you're comparing Yoimiya's new teams to Hu Tao's old teams, sure, Yoimiya's better. But Yoimiya is not the only character getting new teams, right? That isn't to say you should play Overload Hu Tao. Don't do that shit. But, like, yeah. I wonder how good Hu Tao, Durin, Fischl, Singto would be. Should be pretty alright, honestly. Yeah. But, like, keep in mind, right? This is with the constellations for the characters that are constellation selector, right? So this is C1 Hu Tao. I don't think C0 Hu Tao makes it here. C1 Klee, yeah. The Klee buffs, like, it turns out, are actually pretty significant. Shouldn't C1 Klee be 1 tier higher? No. Not really. She's got the same problem as Kinich, where if you're playing her optimally, you can definitely justify putting her at the bottom of this tier. But it's very difficult to play her optimally. And it's easy to miss out on a lot of damage. Does a C6 Klee break to S? Oh, C2 Klee is enough to break to S, I think. Did they buff her constellations after C2, by the way? I don't even know. Oh. They did buff the C4. And then the C6. That doesn't really matter. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, C6 Klee should be pretty fucking good. Not like modern C6 level, but that's Klee C2. Let's look at Klee C6. So we get what, 11 10. My brain is struggling to multiply this number by 2. Yeah, 11 10. Okay. So okay. You get 0.8 charge attack times 3. So 2.4, so 10.4. You get the pyro damage bonus plus 50%, plus 50%, plus 50%. Durin gets 10%. So does Chevreuse. And you get the talents. $190 on this skill. $65.6 on the mines. 85.3 on Sparks and Splash. We're getting 2.4 more charge attacks, so that's 2.4 more things that can proc the C1. Yeah, this is C6 Klee. So it's not like competitive with modern day carries. Talent levels. What the fuck do you think I was literally just doing? Why exactly do you think I moved the slider of the talent level to level 12? Do you think it's because I forgot to increase talent levels? Do you include the C2? Yeah. Like, this is the equivalent of, like, a C1R1 Nefer, right? Yeah, I increased the power damage from the C6. Anyways. I think I want to end the tier there, though. Maybe Navia makes it. Yeah, Navia makes it. Navia makes it, I think. But we kind of have to stop there, though. We're also going to need more tiers. Alright, because then it's like the characters that are technically not bad. But really just don't have the fucking gas in the tank to be compared to modern day carries. Alright, so stuff like Shao, Ganyu, Yoimiya, Raiden, Yai. Is Shao even here, honestly? If we're including Venti, maybe. Is Risley really that bad? Yeah. I guess if we do a Rosaria cosplay and play him in a freeze team, he's not that bad. He'd make it into this tier. But, like, is there any Risley main that actually plays him like that? But, like, you can do the same thing with Ella. And, like, is that really the team we're going to evaluate here? Freeze, Ella? Freeze Fremine? Like, is that really how the people who play these characters play them? I feel like it's just not. I think maybe we can do it with Risley, but not with Fremine and Ella. How's that? Because if that's what we do, then he's, like, probably at the top of this with Ganyu. Sure. Honestly, is Ayaka even here? No, she's not. True. I don't think Ayaka has a single team that beats Razor. Right? I'm pretty sure the best Ayaka Escoffier team is, like, tiny bit below 100k. Yeah, I guess Maui could carry, sure, but like that's different. It's 96k if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's like just shy of 100k. Yeah, this isn't ordered within the tier yet. Raiden would be higher than Yoimiya. Yai would be higher than Yoimiya. I don't know if Shao is higher than Yoimiya right now. Because Yoimiya benefits from Durin more than Shao does. But also, like... Can you really say that a character doing 43% of the team's DPS is fucking relevant here? Like... That's Nebula. Yeah. But, like, I don't know. It's not like in the Neuvillette slot, there's that many alternatives to Neuvillette, right? Whereas here you could put Xinyan and be like 10k DPS behind. The team would be way better if you replaced Yoimiya with Bennett. Right? That's not the case for Neuvillette and all those teams. Was a requirement for a character to be in C and not lower? I feel like... it needs to be able to do some C0 R0 fearless clears when the content doesn't counter them. At D or below, fearless is like only going to be achievable through like very wheelchair, right? Or like the character is not in a team that's good for them. You're just pretending like they're doing something. Diluc should be higher. His best teams have some damage. I'm actually kind of curious. Is there a single fearless C0 Diluc or C like R0 Diluc with C0 support clear out there? Because I have never seen one of those. Right, those teams calc pretty high, but it's like so energy black hole that they're not possible to do. What the fuck am I looking at? Is this Dragon Strike? This is Dragon Strike, right? I'm not evaluating Kanich off of 6E Kanich. I'm not evaluating Gumming off of optimal rotation stuff. I'm not evaluating Flynn's off of 3Q Kanich. So I don't know if evaluating Diluc off of Dragon Strike Diluc is a good idea. Yeah, this is gonna be a really cool clear for sure. Yeah. Like, this is really cool. But I can't do that shit, you know? I think most of us can't do that shit. Does this actually clear in time? That looks so tight. Holy fuck. Yeah. They clear with 2 seconds to spare. That's R1 with Maoika's Sig. This is probably the best fucking Deluge gameplay you've ever seen. So, like, it's... Oh, is that C6 Deluge? I mean, it might be, but I don't think that really matters that much because his cons don't do shit. Bro, why is my fucking... Okay, whatever. Yeah, it is C6, but it doesn't really matter. Although, actually, in this case it does, because C0 wouldn't have cleared. The C6 actually mattered. Yeah, like, if this is the only clears you can find of this character out there, I feel like it's kind of hard to justify a C. Although, honestly... This isn't the best team they could do for this. I think they're intentionally limiting themselves to 4-star supports. Because Lolly would be a lot better than Diona, for sure. But still. Can Xiao clear it? This boss kind of counters Xiao. Right? I did say, as long as you're not getting countered. Every boss does, true. But do keep in mind, I'm evaluating these off of, like, including the witch buffs. And Xiao does get better with the witch buffs. He gets new options with Venti, with Durin, right? So, yeah. Which shall be good next season also. Yeah, but there's a difference between being able to clear when the content doesn't counter you and when the content actively shields you a lot, right? Darwin is better at breaking the shield phase. She's not. Sackseat Lolly has about as many hits as Holy Diona with Sack. C0, R0, Ayaka, Sigurd clear. Interesting. Do keep in mind though, right? Like, that was a requirement for the C tier, not the B tier. Ayaka is at the top of the B tier here, right? I guess I didn't really think about that, but this is going to be really favorable content for Ayaka, right? Because she can burst right as you phase them, and you get basically all of the burst damage to hit the max HP on the first down. But you need to get to that breakpoint for damage, right? Like, if they did, like, 10% less damage and the HP was here, they'd lose most of the burst damage. Okay, never mind. This is bad gameplay. I take it back. And that's a lot closer to what you're supposed to do, but maybe she's just insane and doesn't need strats, true. Whatever. What about Wanderer? What's that? I'm pretty sure menacing lava or menacing Hera is harder than dire lava dragon statue. So I don't know if this one is like, yeah. I saw Lenny C0R1 dire clear on Hera. I believe it. Lenny's really good against Hera. It's a very good matchup for him. Because he's a character that just cannot be played in meld teams by default because he applies way too much of his element. And the timing for it is very, very, like, it's in very quick succession. But he also basically has no ICD, so if he could react everything. What's that? Yoimiya C0 or 0 against the Fatui. Sorry. That's really funny. I'm actually kind of curious whether Yoimiya actually outdamaged Fischl in this clear. It's probably really close. I guess she does outdamage because she's the one getting overload ownership. But if you're looking at her pyro damage versus Fischl's electro damage, I don't think she does. Cooked. Cryo aura. Oh! Maybe. I mean, I don't know what you mean by the same way. It's not gonna be the same buffs. But will they buff them as well? Maybe. Yeah. I'm actually kind of curious. Oh my god. Look at how tight the timing is here. You can see? Wait, never mind. I'm an idiot. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I thought that was the animation for her applying Bond of Life, but it was Bond of Life disappearing. That's pretty good. I wonder how good those builds are. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's why she's in this tier, right? She can do it. Wouldn't this put her closer to Alhaitham and Navia? Not really. Maybe Navia's the fraud here, though. No, because this is with the witch buffs. This is with the witch buffs. The witch buffs are better for Navia than they are for Yoimiya. Because the Yoimiya Durin teams don't get to snapshot Bennett or Yonsan attack buff on Fischl anymore. So they aren't actually that much better than the Fischl teams of right now. Honestly, I wonder if Durin is even better than Bennett here. Just because of Fischl. Probably. Slightly. Isn't Sino with Llama decent enough to clear? I mean, I guess, yeah. Honestly, I think it wouldn't be completely unreasonable to just do this and have this tier be called Chevreuse or Escoffier. Because these characters are all getting wheelchaired in a different way, right? And they're all very similar in overall performance in those wheelchair options. Then you're gonna have Chow, Venti, Wanderer. Probably have, like, Shanling for, like, national stuff here, where Shanling is the main damage dealer. Sino. Maybe we do Or Llama. We put Albedo down. Or, sorry, we put Alhaitham down and Sino up. Tilhnari probably also makes it. No, he doesn't. Tilhnari is noticeably worse than Alhaitham in those teams. He fucking tickles the enemies, man. Honestly, I wonder if Yanfei makes it up here. Yeah, Ayato makes it. Yeah. Only one I'd cope about is the Luke can be higher. I think people overestimate the fuck out of those Shanyan teams. Like, we were optimistic about them when Changyun came out. Then Natlan happened. Okay? Now the Shangyun teams are omega cringe teams to play that are noticeably worse than the actual meta stuff. Like, yeah, sure, they cheat at 100k. You know what else cheats at 100k? Fucking Razor. And you're mashing your head against the keyboard for that. And you're not fucking cheating your assumptions. The same way you are in those plunge teams, you know? And like, those plunge teams, they will cheat at 100k. They will cheat if you're not being incredibly optimistic and unrealistic at like 85k. And in practice, they'll often perform at like 50k. Razor will cheat at 100k with relatively realistic assumptions and perform at like 95k in practice because there's honestly not much you can fuck up. Why is coming that low? His teams that actually cheat really, really well are really, really rough rotation-wise. And like, this isn't that low, right? Like, keep in mind, this is C1 Hu Tao. This is assuming post-buff Albedo stuff. This is getting carried by Escoffier. This is not a bad placement, right? Does he know about the Diluc directly were the 4-star characters? Are you talking about this? Because that's not dire. That's 2 seconds to spare on Fearless. Wait, no, not this one. Wait, fuck. Yeah, that's it says in the title, Fearless. This is a 5-star weapon, Diluc. Dragon striking consistently. Just barely clearing on Fearless. It's level 95 Diluc, too. That's funny. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, the gameplay is impressive, but the Diluc performance is not. Anyways. Sethos is higher than D? No, it's not. I think very well played Sethos probably is at the bottom of this. No. Very well played Sethos probably sneaks into a similar realm as Sino, I guess. But he's so much harder to play. Is Razor Overload the new best 4-star only team? It won't cheat as high as Gaming teams, but it's definitely going to be one of the best ones in practice. Although it's not Razor's best team. Razor's best team uses Durin, not Fischl. I know it's nothing, but liking Alhaitham and seeing him down from B to almost the end of C is making me cry. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's Dendro and not Electro means that you need to sacrifice a team slot for a shitty Electro character that doesn't do anything in his teams, right? Because the best teams for all those, like, Dendro and Electro carries that aren't that good is going to be Loma. And with Alhaitham, your Electro slot is going to be doing basically nothing. With Sino, you can have Sino as your Electro slot, and you can have one more useful character. You can go double Hydro, you can go double Dendro, or you can bring Fischl, who actually works well with Electro carries compared to Alhaitham. Alhaitham, I'd say, is a better unit as a whole, but his teams don't actually perform much better than random Electro character. Okay, let's if we're not being like funny about it, is Dea actually the worst carry in the game? Probably not. Cause like the fact that she has some form of off-field presence is gonna make her a better wheelchair driver than some characters that don't, like Ning, for example. And then Fremine and Ella are pretty bad, but you can have them in Escoffier teams and like it clears stuff. But we said we didn't want to include the Escoffier teams for these two because no one actually plays them there. Ella is terrible to play, but has massively higher emotion value than Child. I mean, sure, but like... Child's kit isn't designed around building a team focused entirely on buffing his stats for him to deal damage, right? He has very fast elemental application that is too fast for him to take advantage of that application for his own reactions, which means that he's intended to be used to facilitate other characters' reactions. Right? Like, to me, that's how you should evaluate him. That's the role in which you should evaluate him. And he's not that good at it. But it's not quite Daya level. I think we can put these here, honestly. I think Tichnari goes with Child here. Let me just specify that this is not a tier. This is characters I haven't placed yet. Yunfei probably goes here. Kuting probably goes here. Am I putting Diluc with them or a tier below? I don't think I am. I think it's a tier below. I think if I have a better rotation for Sugos Mavika Mona, sure, you can send it to me if you want. I think we have Ito here as well, Noel here as well. And then Nang. Yeah. I think this is what it would look like. Tichnari's not that bad. He is. I don't even know if Tichnari's better than Dendro Mannequin in this slot. On any of his teams. Like, he is that bad. That character is ass. When you look at Tichnari Sims, there's a 50-50 chance he's on fucking Instructor because his personal damage is so goddamn awful that giving 120 EM to the rest of your team is just better. Tichnari's numbers are just really not good. How about C6? He's like slightly better all Hytham at C6. Barely, though. Where would C6 Chiori be placed here? Honestly, probably just SS. Maybe even Mawika. Constellations on characters tend to do things. Compared to C0 Mawika? Probably similar, right? I haven't actually looked at any calcs for C6 Chiori though, so maybe I'm just wrong. But when I tested her on other people's accounts, it felt pretty strong. You know. Yeah, again, I will reiterate the assumptions here. Limited characters at C0. 4 stars at C6. Standard characters at C2. Constellation selector characters at C1. Assuming that we are next patch with all the witch buffs and Durin release, and that there are no changes from current beta. Where would Poeapla and Jessica be on the tier list? Probably here. Maybe she's sneaking to B. Around there. In the Escafie tier, true. Chiori C6. That's a Molani team. Not a Chiori team. What are we doing here? It's also like R1 on everyone. Anyways, whatever. Real C6 Chiori. That's solo. That's not more helpful. Oh, I double clicked by accident. I just wanted to close one tab. Okay, that's a C6 Chiori team. There we go. I don't know why the fuck there's a C6 Kokomi here. Like, did Eeks make this? Like, like, is this a personal sim for Eeks' stats? What the fuck is going on here, man? Also, I'm pretty sure C6 Chiori's best team uses Bennett. Yeah, I guess there's just no actual C6 Chiori sim. That's Nevilette, that's Chlorine, that's Navia. That's Navia. That's Yoimiya. That's Mawika. That's Navia. That's Navia. Yeah, personal stats. This is Eeks for sure. For real, for real. C6 Shenhe. And that's now we get to C2 territory. Yeah. So there is no C6 Chiori sim for an actual Chiori team. Yeah. Anyways. Solo Chiori is 82k. I think that tells something. I mean, sure, but she also doesn't gain as much from teammates as a character like Moeka does, right? How shit is Goro as a buffer? He's like, meh. Not great. Will Razor make it to top 10 DPS if his buffs make it to live server? No. We literally have a carry tier list made today on screen right now. You can just count where Razor is. What Ito team are you assuming for this? I feel like it doesn't matter that much, right? You can look at wheelchair with Farina Yulon. You can look at wheelchair with like Albedo Durin. You can look at wheelchair with a bunch of different options, but it's all going to be wheelchair. If you try to look at teams where it's actually Ito doing the majority of the damage, they are not good. Or would C1 Klee be before the buffs? Let's take a look at pre-buff Klee here. So yeah. That's like current C1 Klee. This is post-buff C1 Klee. Small difference. Small difference. Wait, not that bad. Bro, 85k in a team where Durin Fischl is doing over 45k? Or is doing 45k? Is not good. Alright? It's like worse than Yoimiya. C1 Klee worse than C0 Yoimiya. Before the changes. Technically, it's actually better because you do a different combo, right? So it would be like slightly better, but not that much. Kind of expected 50k DPS or something. I feel like people often overestimate or underestimate the impact of a small DPS difference. Like, if you look at stuff that's like currently in the game, Yoimiya? What's 30k DPS ahead of Yoimiya? Veressa. Maybe Vitress is a bit more than 30k. But like Flynn's. Right, like 30k is the difference between Yoimiya and Flynn's, you know? Like it's a pretty big discrepancy. Anyways. I didn't end up recording a witch video today, but I did a bunch of calcs and I've solidified my thoughts on a lot of them, so I think we'll just record them tomorrow. That's fine. Everyone is saying Durin is broken and won't make it unnerfed, but Live Escafé still seems way more broken. The thing is that right now, the ways in which Durin is broken don't feel like they were intended. Durin's best team is his on-field carry team. And I just feel like there's no fucking shot they release him in that state when his kid does what it does. Right? Like, there's no way. Yoimiya isn't just bad, she's bad and single target. True. That's a good point. Yeah. Let's do our stall. Fuck it. We stare. We pound. Let's zilch, sure. Shouldn't have zilched. Damn. Undo. Thoughts? No, there's no D. Never mind. I feel like it's gonna be like something like this. Can be lunge. Is bunge a word? No. Is funge a word? No. Okay, I'm gonna do a bad guess for letter order because I'm tired, man. Okay. Probably this then, right? Venue. Yeah. All right. Quickly fall asleep after a long day. 16th of a pound. Is it an ounce? I think. Where chest shampoo and the number 0 were invented. Huh? Uproar. Opposite of saved. Fancy hardos. True. Fancy hairdos. Toupee. Period preceding a big event. Tennis great. Agassi? I don't know. Descendant of a wealthy family. Symbol for like on Instagram. Bro, I can't remember the last time I've opened Instagram. To nap. No. Maybe it's not toupee, actually. Is there a country that starts with U? I might be too tired for this. Holy fuck. This has to be ounce, right? Like it has to be, right? Right? Dude, I don't know fucking freedom units. Fuck. Okay. What the fuck could it be? Heart? Could be a heart. It's probably a heart. Does Instagram... It does. It's a heart. There's like a heart and then there's... Yeah. Yeah. Right? Probably. I think. Okay. Is this India? Probably. 5-letter country that ends in A. Crash. Scion. Run up. Coifs. Spent. Furor. Holy shit. That was hard, man. And it wasn't hard because the words were difficult. It was hard because I'm not very intelligent. But that's okay. Oh, chat. I think I'm too tired to, like, do a good first guess here. This is, like, a 65-ish. So 245. 243. Never mind. I'm the goat. I'm the fucking goat. I'm the fucking goat. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, okay, never mind. I've redeemed myself. Holy shit. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, that's that. Bro, what? I have no clue. Because some old shit. Radiant. No, whatever. Oh, that's Reborn? Really? Whatever. No clue. No idea. No clue. Whatever. Alright. That's the Ergo Proxy girl, right? I've seen her often enough. That's, what's his name again? Subaru? Are we getting double ReZero? That's crazy, man. It's, yeah. She has a funny name. I don't know who this is. Oh. I'm tired, chat. Right. That's not ReZero. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired, okay? Shut the fuck up. I'm tired. Who's that again? I know this, but I don't. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Okay. Whatever. Given up. Okay, I don't know any of these. That kind of looks like the Seven Deadly Sins art style. But I have no... I don't recognize this character at all. Yeah, okay. Gil Thunder. Okay, sure, man. Alright, chat. I need your help now. Manga, recent, good. Manga, not that recent, not that good. I'm older than 10. I don't watch anime anymore. I pity you for the way you perceive the world. Conceptualizing adulthood as not doing fun things anymore is so sad. And I really feel bad for you. Anyways, any ideas, chat? JJK? Sure. Supernatural, not action. Not adventure. Not fantasy. Maybe horror? Maybe suspense? Promised Neverland? Would that work? I feel like it wouldn't. Miyaruko, what the fuck is that? Chainsaw Man? That would be action. For sure. Is Chainsaw... Okay, I'm actually really curious. Is Chainsaw Man rated worse than JJK? It is. That's tragic. That's tragic. Spy Family. Yeah, I guess we haven't ruled out comedy. Right? No, we have. Action for Spy Family is a stretch, bro. That's a fucking stretch. Jesus Christ. Summertime Render. I don't know what that is. Damn, you were right. Alright. Okay, we're fine. Okay. I don't know this, but I've heard it many times before. People use it as a meme, but I don't know it. I don't know it. It's probably from something popular I haven't watched. Cause I've heard this, like... Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is something popular I haven't watched. Right? Like it's something popular I haven't watched, okay? Like... I don't know. I don't know what this is. I like the singer's voice. It's a very pleasant voice. This is the first time that this type of song has made me think, like, yeah, I like this. This is a banger. The Dangers in My Heart. Okay, haven't watched that. No clue. This is stark contrast. Complete dog shit. What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck are flags doing now? What the hell is this, bro? What the fuck? What are they doing? Dude, why does this look like Budget Kingdom? Why does this look like Budget Kingdom? Maria the Virgin Witch. Okay, dude. Sure. What? Whatever, man. 29k. That's acceptable. We'll take those. Yeah, we can do the OST guesser. Last thing we do today. Who is that? Who the fuck is that, bro? I've never heard this before. What in the fuck is that, bro? I feel like the snaps kind of sound French. Yeah, they're these are French snaps, you know? Like those are French snaps. Who's a recent Fontaine character? Emily? Yeah. Dude. I clocked those French snaps, man. Okay, I don't have no fucking clue. Just don't know equal Fontaine. Yep. 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 Alright, bet. Alright, chat, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we'll actually record our fucking witchcrafting videos properly. Let's... No, let's try someone new. This is the person that was streaming with Sammy yesterday when I raided her, but I couldn't fucking stick around because I was very tired. Alright. Everyone go stay nice, be nice, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.